So we're getting super close, just checking out some of the electronics, and that means it is going to be, well, 9:07 right now, and we want to be about 9:15. Track spraying is just about complete. I see Brian at the top end doing the other lane, and so we are going to call Peden Industries Junior Dragsters and Junior Street to the lanes, please. So Thunder to lane 1, and Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. And that means, Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, you are on standby. So juniors, to the lanes, please. Thunder, Lightning, and Junior Street. If you are in a part of the property where you cannot hear the public address system, please tune us in. 92.7. 92.7 on the FM band, and you should have us coming in loud and clear at the volume of your choice. Do hope that everybody had the opportunity to grab some breakfast. Always have some great breakfast options at the Half Track Snack Shack. Drop by, say hi to Clara. Stop into the Pro Shop a little bit later on today. This is the second last race weekend for drag racing events. Of course, we have the West Coast Shootout next weekend, and that will be the final event of the year before the winter break sets in. So last opportunity, or second last opportunity for some of us to head into the Pro Shop and grab some Christmas gift ideas, some souvenirs, and that kind of thing. But certainly make sure that you do have an opportunity to stop by the Half Track Snack Shack and grab yourself a bite to eat. So once again, we have called juniors to the lanes, please. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4. All right, here we go. We're set for qualifying session number 1. On this Summit AT race number 13, Junior Dragster is going to kick us off. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. Of course, we thank all of our sponsors for their participation in the various racing programs, and Peden Industries has been providing all sorts of excavation services throughout the Lower Mainland since 1969, so we certainly tip our hat to them and thank them for stepping up and sponsoring the juniors program here. We have the first of 2 qualifying sessions, and we're going to kick things off with April Bond and Cadence Rodrigue. April over here on the tower side. Mission is home. Cadence on the spectator side. Chilliwack is home. Each of the junior racers has been, as a family affair, very diligent in getting additional sponsorship behind each of their cars. April's sponsor includes, of course, JBS Equipment. Justin Bond out front, directing April into the beams, and then we'll move to the back of the car and adjust the RPM. Same procedure for Cadence over on the spectator side, the Lordco lane. Everybody getting 2 hits at the track this morning before going into eliminations. So here we go, kicking off Summit race number 13 with qualifying. And the first 2, April Bond, Cadence Rodrigue. Cadence pre-staged, waiting for April to roll in, and April is there now, and so they'll move forward another 7 inches or so and break the stage beams. The starter will click the button, and the tree comes down. Racing to the 8th mile, 9:03 is the time for Cadence, 71 miles an hour. April goes 9:02 at 72 miles an hour, so a couple of evenly matched racers there, 9:03 to a 9:02. Of course, handicaps come into play for eliminations. Hunter Thompson now, Connor Jackson. Hunter Thompson over here, tower side. Connor over on the spectator side. So Connor driving the black and white junior dragster over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. He is out of Abbotsford. And Hunter Thompson here, tower side, out of Mission. They go through the staging process. Just like the big cars, you're trying for a good reaction time, something that starts with an O. Hunter Thompson goes 891 at 74 miles an hour, 891. Alex Green in the other lane, 908 at 72 miles an hour. Here comes Owen Armstrong now and Alex Green. So Owen Armstrong over here, Tower side from Chilliwack. The Armstrongs fielding 2 junior dragsters in that family. Alex Green in the other lane from Mission. They have a triumvirate, 3 green dragsters in the program. Alex, I believe, is the middle. Of the 3. So 12:43 is the time, 51 miles an hour for Alex Green. Owen goes 13.96 at 44 miles an hour. And that brings up another one of the Green brothers, Jack Green, alongside Wes Armstrong, the other half of the Armstrong family. Host of sponsors involved. Jack Green, the youngest of the 3 Green brothers, rolling forward here on the Tower side in the green dragster. Wes with the big Fountain Tire sponsorship alongside others. Over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. All right, they're both staged up, ready to go. West goes a little deep. And West gets there with a 12:54, 52 miles an hour. And Jack Green goes 13:88, 44 miles an hour. Here comes Isabella Marshall. First year in juniors for her. In the other lane, Ashton Katnick out of Maple Ridge. So the category is Junior Thunder. 4 racers between the ages of 5 and 12 years of age. Isabella bumps in, and she and Ashton head down track. Isabella gets there with an 8:93 at 75 miles an hour. Ashton goes 11:69 on that qualifier, 55 miles an hour. Yes, something not sounding right on Hunter's junior dragster there, and he loses fire. So the starter gives the hold up sign for Hunter's Junior Dragster, give him a little bit more time to sort that out. And in the meantime, Adam Katnick will head down track for his qualifier. 9:25 is the time for Adam at 71.50 miles per hour. So while Hunter sits patiently behind the water box, looking to be refueled, it appears, Bentley Johnson completes the burnout process and heads to the start line. Bentley from Mission has sponsorship support from Bubba Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and of course Titanium Auto Group. So we work our way through the Junior Thunder qualifying session. We have Lightning next and then Junior Street. So Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket, we're putting you on standby. Pro Bracket, you should be on standby because we'll be calling you to the lanes in a few minutes. Bentley Johnson runs 74 miles an hour. Elapsed time of 8:93. That brings up Nate Green and Adeline Duda. Adeline completing the licensing process earlier this weekend. So Adeline sitting over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, the Gallant Racing family, assisting in her racing efforts. And that is Hunter Gallant's Junior Dragster from last year. As Hunter is in a brand new car. Nate Green, of course, the third of three of the Green brothers. Here on the Tower side, and the Green Dragster goes 11:01, 57 miles an hour. Adeline goes 12:61 at 49 miles an hour. So here comes Hunter Gallant, fueled up, ready to go. In his new junior dragster. So Hunter heads down to the 8th mile stripe, goes 9:13 at 70 miles an hour. 9:13, 70.64 miles per hour. And I believe that is going to close out the Junior Thunder side of the program. So we roll up into Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Go a little bit quicker. This is for racers between the ages of 13 and 17. And first up, you see Colton Morin over here, Tower Side. This will be his last year in the juniors. He has been in there for 8 years now. And next year, he gets into his brand new Super Pro dragster. And we'll start racing much quicker than 12 seconds. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop. Pro Bracket. We need you. Into the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Pro Bracket. To the lanes, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Colton Morin here, Tower Side. Up in the other lane, Nick Bond. Both racers out of Mission. Justin Bond directing his son into the stage beams. Colton waiting patiently for pre-staging. Talked to Colton last race, and he is ever so anxious to get out of the junior dragster and into his brand new Super Pro for next year. So he's going to make quite an impact, I'm sure. He sits waiting for Nick Bond. Final tune-up from Justin. We're now in the Junior Lightning. Quicker and faster. Nick pre-staged. Here comes Colton. They charge off the line and head to the 8th mile stripe. It's 7:92 for Nick Bond, 82 miles an hour, 8:05 at 82 miles an hour for Colton. So 8:05 for Colton, 7:92 for Nick, and that brings up Ciel Gagnon and McKenna Thompson. Ciel, of course, out of the Big Kids Racing trailer. Dad, Nate. Gagnon on the Top Fuel Harley, doing the tuning on her junior dragster. She certainly has had a reputation. Joined the ranks of the 790 Lightning category in 2022, or 2021, I guess. And she just likes to go super fast. Has been at final rounds of many, many races, and looks to get into maybe an A fuel car in the future. In the other lane, McKenna Thompson. So both cars staged up, and here comes the tree. Lordco side goes 797, 81 miles an hour. CL 792 at 82 miles an hour. Again, a couple of evenly matched Junior Lightning dragsters as Lexi Winterbottom and Lincoln Shirk complete their burnout process. They'll do a couple of dry hops. So Lincoln getting the go-ahead. Stage it up. Lexi doing the same thing. Lexi fully staged, as is Lincoln. Here we go. Lincoln runs it through with a 793, 82 miles an hour. 817 for Lexi at 80 miles an hour. The Junior Lightning dragsters can run as quick as 750, 89.99 miles per hour. So that is going to close out the Peden Industries Junior Lightning category now, and we'll roll into Junior Street. Once again, we have called Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Pro Bracket to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So rolling into the Water Box Junior Street, part of the Junior Drag Racing League. Junior Street, for racers who have not gone into the purchase a junior dragster category but are using a street vehicle. Yet another way of introducing controlled drag racing to a new age group. The junior program has become kind of like the farm team, racing in their own fashion. James McNeil goes 10:06, 69 miles an hour, and Taryn Monroe 11:48, 61 miles an hour. Tyler Smith now, and Dallas Nassy. Tyler over here in the pickup. More than a few race wins this year for Tyler. Dallas Nassy in the Honda. Over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, he calls it the Slug. 11:12 is the time for Tyler at 63 miles an hour. And 11:62 for Dallas, 62 miles an hour. Final runner in the Peden Industries Junior Street category will be Sophia Getz in her 1994 Mustang. And Sophia stops the clocks at 9.90 on that qualifying run, 70 miles an hour, and we will see all the juniors back around for a second qualifier a little bit later on in the program as we now move into Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. So word is that safety crew is out on the track at the top end, just making sure that the track is dry and safe for quarter-mile runs. So that's sort of where we're at, just in a holding pattern for a second here while that gets sorted out. In the lanes should be all of the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket racers. And that means that we're going to put Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman on standby. All Sportsman racers, you are on standby. So word is just a couple more minutes at the top end, and we should be good to go. Looking at the point situation in the pro bracket, Bubba Speed Shop pro bracket, Dustin Brewington sitting in first place. If the numbers I'm looking at are up to date, 455 points right now. John DeBack, second, 413. And 1 point back of that, Craig Johnson, 412 points. And then Chris Stone in there with 412 points as well, tied for third, 410 points, Ross Walker. So there's your top five in the category. And this will be the final points event of the year. I hear cars fired up and coming around under the bridge, and that means we are set for first qualifier of two in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category. Mission Raceway working behind the scenes all through 2023, getting over $60,000 in guaranteed bracket racing payouts for 2023, and so we've got some great sponsors, and we want to thank them for all of their support. Titanium Auto Group being, of course, the strip sponsor, and you'll see the Titanium Auto Group name on the side of many race teams here at Mission Raceway. So first two out of the gate, Grant Gordon and Steve Baskerville. So Grant out of Surrey in that Dodge Dart, blue and white Dodge Dart here on the tower side, and Steve in the Golf. So tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, we need you, 2 lanes, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, bring them up. So Grant Gordon goes 12-11 on that pass, 110 the Dart, and the Golf 1295, 112 miles an hour. Is John DeBack, currently in second place in the category, looking to go rounds and collect more points. He's over here on the tower side in the Rad Torque sponsored S10, and Richard Love over in the Lordco side in his 89 S10. Problems right at the hip for Richard Love as John sails down the quarter. And he runs an 1176 at 86 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour in the other lane for Richard Love at 1473. And here comes John Bushinsky, Neil Cuthbertson. Neil's in the 97 Chevy pickup. Lordco side, John over here in the 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. lot of tire spin for John as he gets off the throttle, and we'll have to make some adjustments to the CUDA. Neil runs a 15:48. John just coasts through with a 17:93 off the gas, 67 miles per hour. Not able to launch well at all. Rob Monroe brings his 31 Ford Model A to the line here. It's Rob Monroe Sr. Sean Langley's over in the other lane with the Mach 1. They're both staged, set to go. Tree comes down. And Rob Monroe picks up the front end just a little bit before stepping off the throttle and setting it back down. 1179 for the 31 Ford, 84 miles an hour. Sean Langley in the Mach 1 goes 1234 to 112 miles an hour. Ryan Ledre and Daryl Tippy roll up into the stage beams. Ryan's driving that blue 71 Chevy, and Daryl in the Chevy 2, the champagne gold Chevy 2 from 1962. Both pre-staged. Bump into the stage beams, get set for their first qualifier. Again, tire spin for Daryl Tippy. Ryan will get there with a 12:13, 108 miles an hour. Daryl just coasting through 20 seconds. So definitely off the pace for him as Ross Walker and Al Proc roll up. So the start line crew taking a look at the start line and wanting to make some touch-ups here. So we will be down for just a few minutes while they take a look at the start line, as we've had a number of racers spinning the tires. And so we do want to make sure that the track is properly prepped. And so we'll be down for just a couple of minutes on this one. Hey, attention on the property. Gordy, if you're around, if you can hear, Gordy, we need you on the start line. Gordy, we need you on the start line, please. So attention in the pits, we just got the word from the start line that the track being as cool as it is, if you have already made a run in pro bracket, you can feel free to come back around and make another run. You can come back as we're at the tail end of pro bracket, but if you've made a run and You want to make another one? We're just re-prepping the track, and it'll be a little bit warmer this time around. So if you have made a run in pro bracket, please come around again, and feel free to get into the staging lanes to make a more representative pass. So the start line crew still hard at work, scraping some of the excess rubber off the start line. I mentioned earlier, if you are in pro bracket and you made a run, we would allow you to get back into the staging lanes to do a rerun once we have commenced qualifying again. Lordco lane looks to be complete, and we are now over on the TCS side, but we'll still be down for a few minutes as we scrape some of the excess rubber and get the start line into good racing form. just to give everybody a heads up, we are finished with the scraping process, and now we are going to respray. Drivers have been meeting on the start line and discussing the matter, and we're now up to almost 13 degrees air temperature, so Brian is getting set to do a respray, and we might be getting a lot closer to sending cars down the track again. So we'll give you an update as we get closer. Hopefully, as I said earlier, if you have a break, head over to the Half-Track Snack Shack. Make sure you grab a bite to eat. And on a day like this, it's hard to say stay hydrated, but it never hurts. So everybody should be back in their cars. Cars are fired up. The sprayer has gone up and down the track. And so we are, I think, getting close. All right, here we go. Pick up the qualifying action here. We're sitting at around 10:30 if you're keeping track. And the temperature outside, just under 13 degrees. Bit of a tailwind as burnouts are complete for Al Proc and Ross Walker. They will roll up now into the stage beams. Ross over on the Lordco side in the 66 Chevy 2. And Al Proc over here in the 1970 Cuda, lime green. comes for Ross. And a little bit of slippage for ROC again. So John Vandeven and Dustin Brewington roll up. Dustin, of course, in the number one spot in the category from Kennewick, Washington. Over in the Lordco side in that 99 black Camaro. John Vandeven over here in the Pontiac Firebird. Calls that Firebird Murphy's Law as he rolls into the stage beams. And he goes into some serious tire shake as well over here on the tower side. So next two down track, David Rastad. And the screen says Frenchy Beret. Out of Nanaimo, that 88 Pontiac. Had a different name, actually, on Friday. So I think he's just messing with me. So the Firebird goes through with a 12.40 at 108 miles an hour. So Rick McKinney launching off the Lordco side of the racetrack. So, in an interesting twist, Justin Bond has brought up his dragster to the start line, I believe with the intention of just laying down some rubber. If you're a fan of dragster burnouts, you're in your glory right now as Justin Bond is basically making a valiant effort here to lay down some rubber on the start line that the rain has completely obliterated. So Justin just making some passes here. Lay down some rubber on the start line. So Justin's dragster is sitting under the bridge, and it's become a family affair. So just another quick update. So we're still laying down some rubber with the Super Pro dragsters on the start line, and it seems to be having its effect. Temperatures warming up out there. So word goes out to bring the cars around, the remaining cars as we continue in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket in the staging lanes. And we did make the call that if you ran earlier, you are welcome to come back into the staging lanes. At this point, we're still looking at 2 qualifiers. It's just 11 o'clock. And so first 2 will go into the water box. That's Veronica Hodgson and David Rastad. So everybody looking to see what happens here. Rastad in the Malibu, Tower side. Veronica Hodgson in the Dodge Dart. Over on the spectator side, everyone's keeping an eye on the rear tires to see how much grip or how much slippage there is still on the start line. The track has been scraped, sprayed a couple of times, and rubber laid down from the dragsters. So with any luck, we have got that problem solved, and they'll find the traction. Wheels up for David Rastad, that's for sure. And so they're both off and running. Reaction times 37 and a 76. And Rastad goes 1191 at 108 miles an hour. 1241 for Veronica, 109. And that's the first 2 under the new conditions. So let's just hope that it continues in a positive direction. Neil Cuthbertson and Rob Monroe Jr. Next up, Rob Monroe in the Acadian. So Neil's in the Chevy pickup here on the Tower side. So Neil goes 1163 in the pickup at 111 miles an hour, and Rob Monroe Jr. 1073 at 124 miles an hour. As Richard Love rolls up in his S10. So we did make the call for Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. You should all be in lanes 3, 4, 5, and 6. 3, 4, 5, and 6 for Sportsman. And we will be rerunning some of the pro bracket cars. I see them in the staging lanes as they've rolled back up. So Richard Love goes 1094 to 125 miles an hour. 1094. So here's 2 cars that did run earlier, making a rerun in this first qualifying session. Steve Baskerville and Daryl Tippy. Daryl in the Chevy 2 and Steve in the Golf. So Daryl gets there with a 1086 on that pass. 1086, 124 miles an hour. 1518 for Steve in the Golf at just 52 miles per hour. Brings up the Camaro on the Tower side of Ron Walsh and Ryan Ladre. Over in the other lane, Ryan from Maple Ridge, Ron from Langley. They get the go-ahead to stage them up. So Ron Walsh not finding the traction on the start line in the Camaro. Ryan in the other lane goes 12-12 at 109 miles per hour. So in the water box now, once again, Grant Gordon and Wayne Douglas. Wayne from Linwood, Washington, in the yellow Dodge Dart, SBB Racing. And Grant Gordon in his Dodge Dart over here, Tower Side, a little closer to home in Surrey, sponsored by 4Cycle Customs. And it is a rerun on their first qualifier. So Douglas is going to get there first. Goes 10:16.1 at 124 miles an hour. And in the other lane, 12:14 at 110. So a couple of big burnouts from Jim Benke and Chris Stone as they do their part to lay down some rubber on the start line and a little bit past. So Benke back in the car after a bit of a health issue last race. And he took some time away just to mend a little bit. And so he's back in that CUDA. Chris Stone in the other lane in his Dodge Dart, sponsored by Willowbrook Chrysler. Brad Torque sponsorship for Benke's CUDA, along with Titanium Auto Group and Bucky's Mini Excavating. $9.99 for Chris Stone at 132 miles an hour. 10:02 at 133 for Jim Benke, and certainly based on those runs, the track is holding their times. Those are very representative of what those cars perform like. Usually in the low 10s, and 10:02 and 9.99. Well, that's getting it. Craig Johnson and John Vandeven now. Craig in the Cutlass over here, Tower Side. Vandeven in the Pontiac Firebird, the orange Firebird. John did not have a very good run first time up, so this will be his rerun from the first session. And certainly the car hooking up a little better that time. Murphy's Law, he calls it. Craig Johnson, Johnson's Custom Exhaust in the other lane. 10:13 is the time for Vandeven. 132 miles an hour, 11:58 for Craig Johnson. So here we go with Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman now. Carson Barlow and Gary Fawcett be the first two. So Carson Barlow and Gary Fawcett heading down. Carson from Mission, Gary from Burnaby, and 13:40 is the time for the C10 pickup. 99 miles an hour on 14:16 for the Plymouth at 95 miles an hour as well. Here comes Brendan Piscatchik and Rob Getz. Rob in that Ford diesel. doing his part to clear the air of any remaining mosquitoes. Ford Mustang in the tower side here. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes, please. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro to the lanes. We'll bring Super Pro up to 2 and 3, please. 2 and 3 with overflow 4 and 5. All right. Super Pro 2 and 3 and overflow 4 and 5. Here's John Tabak making his run in So John Brzezinski in the CUDA, still having problems on the launch. John Tabak goes through with a 10:36, and that is certainly representative of that S10's performance. 128 miles an hour. John was saying earlier that it just was not hooking up on that first pass. And here is Dustin Brewington making his rerun. Dustin, number 1 in the points in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket category. So Ross Walker over on the Lordco side and Dustin Brewington here tower side. Walker 10:26, 130 miles an hour, and 10:24 for Dustin, 129. And here comes Al Proc. Al in his Plymouth Barracuda. So Port Moody's Al Proc will take the CUDA to a 10:10 at the stripe, 129 miles an hour, 10.10 is his elapsed time. And that's going to take us into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman qualifying now with the top points leader, Nick Douglas, sitting there with 588 points. Second, 403 points. Randy Hermsen is in third. Sidney Jung, fourth. Sylvia Hoogson in fifth in the sportsman category. Sean Langley is second. Heading down track for their first qualifier, Mitchell McCartney in the little 67 Falcon. Goes 13:91 at 97 miles an hour. And Graham McNeil, 13:36 at 107 on the Lordco side. Scott Wilson and Roland Lowen now. Roland in the black 55 Meteor out of Aldergrove, and Scott from Ladner, 81 Chevy. Chevy wagon he calls Charlie Brown. $12.30 for Scott Wilson at 110 miles an hour. Roland in the Meteor, $12.85, 101 miles per hour as Eric Hansen and Kai Jessamine roll up into the stage beams and get set for their runs. Kai in the pickup here, the orange pickup, and Eric Hansen in the Dart from North Vancouver. $12.58 is the time for Hansen, 107 miles per hour, 97 miles per hour for Kai in the pickup, 14.08 as Sydney Jung rolls up in her 81 Chevy Malibu. Alongside Sylvia Hoogson in the 66 Ford Mustang. So Sydney will run a 12.11 at 107 miles an hour. 12.59 for Sylvia. Mustang goes 106 miles per hour as Kevin McCauley does a lengthier than usual burnout, just again to get some rubber down on the surface. He's got his old school 83 black Cutlass coming up to the line now. Kevin McCauley here on the tower side up against Sean Langley, currently your second points place in that Mustang Mach 1. Home for Sean is Lyndon, Washington. And he runs an 11.94 at 113 miles per hour. And Kevin McCauley goes 11.75, 113 miles per hour as well. Doing double duty in pro and sportsman, Ryan Ledre, 71 Chevelle. And Grant Gordon in the other lane in his Dodge Dart, doing the same. Both cars pre-staged, inching forward, and stage as shallowly as possible. It's going to be a 12.05 for Ryan in his Chevelle and Grant's 12.09 in the Dodge Dart. As Steve Baskerville comes up. Another one of those cars that is double classing, running in two different classes. Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket and here Vancouver Car Wraps Sportsman. So Steve off the gas and just coasting through with a 15.57 at 59 miles per hour. So we're going to get set to head into Radtorque Systems Super Pro. And we're looking at the points here. Jan Christensen currently leading the pack with 504 points. Dustin Brewington, 460 points, 40-some points back. And Craig Johnson in third. Kevin McNichol in fourth. And John Jenkins in fifth. Jenkins going to be one of the first ones to hit the track this morning. Dustin Brewington already had a couple of hits in his Firebird. So looking at the track preparation, doing it old school with the gold dust on the start line and then brushing it in. Hey, so we're doing some start line preparation again. Not sure how many of you managed to catch qualifying from Charlotte yesterday. They also had a significant weather delay. And after I think it was about a 2-hour delay, maybe even 3 hours, Mike Salinas came up and was the first Top Fuel racer to break the 300-mile-per-hour barrier in the 8th mile. He ran a 364 at 338 miles per hour, and it was over 300 in the 8th mile. So he managed to pick up $30,000 from Phillips Connect, which is Jim Epler's company, funny car racer of previous years. Jim Epler put up $30,000 for the first Top Fuel racer to break the 300-mile-per-hour barrier in the 8th mile. So there we go. The track was at 80 degrees, and it was 31 years ago that Kenny Bernstein was the first to go 300 miles per hour in the quarter mile. So it took 31 years, but they have managed to crack that 8th mile per hour, 300 miles per hour. So Mike Salinas picking up the check, doing that. 300 in the 8th. How about that? There's got to be some serious G-forces on a run like that. So we're doing a little bit of gold dust preparation on the start line. I love it. Going old school on the, used to be a time back when pre-funny cars, AFX cars, all the altered wheelbase cars, that would be a standard race procedure on all those match races, and good tracks, bad tracks, whatever the track, well before there was any thought to overall track preparation for traction. Each of them came with bags of gold dust, the rosin powder, and they would lay it down and brush it and burn it into the track on burnouts, and that was your track preparation. So we're going old school here. Yeah, I'm not sure how many of you are into collecting stickers, but if you're at the racetrack, I suspect that is probably a hobby that you will indulge in. Had a visit up in the tower from Matt Warner. Most of you have probably seen Matt's car run. That car does some ginormous wheelies. I often think he's on the back bumper, and he should probably just install a couple of small casters on the back from some chair somewhere just to maintain the momentum. But he's on the back bumper all the time. That car is a sight to behold. He was up in the tower here handing out new stickers that he had done that have the words wheelie bars and then the circle and line through it. So, yeah, you got it right. No wheelie bars. So if that's something that needs to be added to your collection, and why wouldn't it be, yeah, check in with Matt Warner in the pit area. He's out there, and he had a bag of those no wheelie bar stickers. So something to add to your collection. So the track start line preparation is complete, and we're looking at Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Speaking of wheelie bars, we're going to see a lot of them in this category. Start line freshly prepped with gold dust rosin. Everybody doing their part to lay down some fresh rubber on the start line. Yes, Mike Robinson doing quite a job there with his 27 Ford T Roadster. In the other lane, Steve McKenzie. His 87 Cavalier, 505 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. As Mike Robinson taking his time after that rather lengthy burnout. A car not normally known for doing across the line burnouts, so little out of the ordinary, and getting some backup direction from Steve Sikora. Mike Robinson rolls up now. That car, you will remember, was blue for a good many years. It was sort of a flat blue, and he decided, talked to him in the staging lane, some race was back, that it was time for a new paint job, and boy, that car looks absolutely spectacular. So 8:85 is the elapsed time for Steve McKenzie. 154 miles an hour. Mike Robinson not necessarily getting the best run there with a 12:34 at 73 miles per hour. As Kevin McNichol rolls up, he is currently in the 4th position in the points. In the other lane, Nick Angelucci. So again, it looks like everybody got the memo about doing the long burnouts today. Lay down some extra rubber on the start line. Kevin McNichol over here, tower side. Nick Angelucci, spectator side. Nick from Agassiz, just around the corner. 355 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood. And over here, Chevy Nova of Kevin McNichol, who hails out of Mission. He's your 2023 Door Wars champ. In 2023, so not going to make that all the way through. 1069 for Nick. 1069 as Daryl Stobie making a extensive burnout there. Across the line. In the other lane, John Jenkins. Jenkins driving a Chevy S10. Had an up and down year. Started the year with that pickup and lost an engine and took a couple of weeks to get back on track. And now currently sitting in the number 5 spot in the Super Pro category. So John Jenkins getting shut off on the start line. Did see some smoke coming out of the scoop earlier and wondered if that was normal. No, a little bit of a spin there for Daryl Stobie. So start line says fire them up as they'll roll back into the water box and do their burnouts. It's going to be Craig Johnson over on the Lordco side of the racetrack and Rick McKinney over here on the Tower side. If you watch any of the NHRA events here on the West Coast, you will probably have seen Rick McKinney race in Super Stock in that red Camaro down in Seattle for the national event there back in July. Did rather well. And Craig Johnson in the other lane in the 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Johnson's Custom Exhaust. So certainly a nice launch for Rick McKinney. That's typical for that super stocker. Lifts the front wheels, goes 1040 and 127 miles an hour. And Craig Johnson not having a representative run there at all, 1756 at 72 miles an hour. So John Jenkins making some adjustments behind the water box, and he is off with a little bit of smoke coming out onto the front wheel well. So not sure if that's a sign of bigger problems, but he does have a little bit of smoke. He's letting out the smoke at the top end, so might have to do a quick check on that. John Jenkins goes 11:14, 120 miles an hour. Out the top end, safety crew going to take a look at the lane that John Jenkins just ran down. Make sure that that smoke was nothing more than just smoke. Turns out everything's fine. Brian Ritchie rolls up alongside John Tabak now. As we continue in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Rad Torque sponsoring, of course, John Tabak's S10. Maple Ridge is home for John, and he is over on the Lordco side of the racetrack. Brian Ritchie drives that 68 Chevelle, usually in Canada West door slammer action, but it is set up to run in Super Pro as well. He launches hard and gets off the gas. And John Tabak in the sort of other direction. Trouble launching, and then kept his foot in it. Goes 1090, 128 miles an hour, while Brian Ritchie just 14 flat. Jay Sievertson and Martin Rochelle, same sort of situation. Sievertson known to run in the door slammers here today, making representative runs in Super Pro. Over here, Tower side, Martin Rochelle has got his 78 Chevy Malibu on the start line. Car typically is set up to run in Super Street or the 1090 class. Car that he has been running for a good number of years, and all the contingency stickers bear that out. So Martin Rochelle here today in Super Pro. The other lane, Jay Sievertson. Dodge pickup. So Sievertson not able to grab hold of the track. Even after that burnout, Martin Rochelle seems to be in a better situation. Goes 10-11. 10:11, 127 miles an hour. He runs in that 1090 class, but the car certainly is capable of running a lot quicker as it did there, 10:11. Jason Field, his 71 Nova that he runs in Canada West Door Slammers, and Scott Robinson in the other lane. Beretta, it's a Buick. Rad Torque sponsored. So two campaigners from the Door Slammers here today making runs in Rad Torque System Super Pro category. Both drivers staged up. Robinson able to make some headway on that Lordco lane, whereas Jason Field spinning the tires over here on the TCS side. So interesting how drivers are reacting differently to the conditions on track. Here we go with the number 1 and 2 points earners in the category. Jan Christensen, number 1 in points. Dustin Brewington, number 2. Hey, attention in the pits. Hot Rod, Old Car Center, Hot Rod. We need you to the lanes now. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hot Rod, bring him up to the lanes. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Jan Christensen, your point leader in the dragster on the Lordco side of the racetrack. And Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, number 2 in the points in this category. So Jan Christensen getting out there and running a 796 at 168 miles an hour. And that would appear to be a good run, 10:25 for Dustin, who is, as I say, second in points in this category, but leading in the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket category. So double classing and picking up points along the way. Brad Vingy now and Richard Love. Vingy in the Chevy Camaro here, tower side. Richard Love in the Chevy S10. He's over there on the spectator side. Richard all the way in from Osoyoos. Brad, he's in from Langley. So Vingy goes 10:14 at 152 miles an hour. 10:14, 152 for Brad Vingy. Richard Love, 10:65 at 125 miles an hour. So here's a couple of cars laying down a lot of rubber on the start line. Doing double duty, racing as well as track preparation. Well, you could say that anyway. Justin Bond putting a lot of wear on those 15-inch slicks in his Super Pro dragster. Derek Shirk in the other lane. 55 Chevy. Big tires on that car as well. Normally runs in the Canada West Door Slammers. Hey, attention in the pits, motorcycle. We need motorcycle, 2 lanes 5 and 6, please. Motorcycle 5 and 6. This is your call. We've got hot rod coming up, but motorcycle, we need you in 5 and 6. So Justin Bond goes 7:06. I saw 7:08 on his reader board. Goes 7:06, 186 miles an hour, and 8:65 is the time for Derek. 8:65, 129 miles per hour, and with the completion of Vancouver Rad Torque Systems Super Pro, we're going to do a little bit more of a spray here on the racing surface as we get set. Hot Rod will be next. We've called all hot rod racers, Old Car Center hot rod category. You have been called. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And motorcycles, we need you in lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, here we go. Old Car Center hot rod category. And part of the drill being in the hot rod category is, well, it's kind of loose. Kind of loose. You got to have a vehicle that is 1969 or older. That is your primary target, right? You got to have something that is like a hot rod. Got to run 750 and slower. And, you know, all those electronics? Yeah, get rid of those. Unhook those. So no electronics in the hot rod category. That is for sure. We kick things off with Rob Monroe Jr. and Bill Halicki. So Bill wheels up, but spinning as well in his 65 Ranchero. 427 cubic inches under the hood as Rob Monroe gets there with a 1065 in his Acadian. 124 miles an hour. Bill just rolling through on a leisurely drive, 1623, 69 miles an hour. Rob Hodgson now in his 67 Plymouth, up against Barry Patterson's 65 Coronet. Both drivers from Mission. Rob picking up this Plymouth from Jim Isherwood years ago. Both of them staged up. Both seem to be getting a hold of the track quite nicely, both sides. It's going to be Rob Hodgson there first, though. 1062 against a 1240 for Barry Patterson. As Matt Warner and Andrew Wiebe roll up. Wiebe in that 47 Austin and Matt Warner in the 66 Ford Fairlane. He's the racer who's been handing out the no wheelie bars stickers. So, yeah, check out the wheel stand if it's able to get hold of the track here. Those front wheels are going to be sky high. And he certainly seems to be able to get hold of all of the track. Matt Warner has. Goes 1039, 126 miles an hour. Andrew Wiebe in that little Anglia may not make it all the way through. So Daryl Tippy and Ryan Isherwood now. Ryan from Cobble Hill in his 66 Plymouth Satellite. That's the gold-colored vehicle over on the spectator side. Daryl Tippy in the champagne-colored Chevy 2. So Daryl getting a great reaction time. You can see it on the reader board there. 006 as he runs a 1065, 125 miles an hour. The reader boards will display the reaction time during qualifying, but of course during eliminations. That is between the driver and the racetrack. Just a couple of quick announcements. Race of Champions, trophies, winners, they're in the tower. We've got trophies in the tower for all the Race of Champions winners. So once again, Race of Champions trophies. If you're a winner in the Race of Champions, we got trophies in the tower for you. Come on up and get them. As Wayne Douglas heads down track, his dart runs 1063, 124 miles an hour, and Sylvia goes 1272 at 105 miles an hour. Sean Langley now. And Matt Werme. Matt's in that 68 Chevy 2 on the spectator side. Sean, Lyndon Washington racer, in that 69 Mach 1 here on the tower side. So Sean goes 1189, 113 miles an hour, and Matt 1114 at 120 miles an hour as John McCartney and Jerry Brabander come up. John's in that 67 Falcon, the green Falcon here, tower side. Jerry's in the Chevy 2. So Ford versus Chevy action here in this qualifier. Brabander, the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion champ. So Jerry Brabander goes 10.50 at 125 miles an hour, and John McCartney 11.11. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need juniors. Peden Industries junior dragsters to the staging lanes, please. Thunder in 1, Lightning 2, and Junior Street 3 and 4. Juniors, bring them up for your second qualifier. Steve Wilson and Larry Rodenizer head down track. Steve Wilson in a car that he calls the Mooch. And Larry Rodenizer in Old Yeller goes 934 to 141 miles an hour. And Steve Wilson, 1015, 131 miles an hour. As Rob Monroe Sr. and Dustin Hunter roll up for their hit during this hot rod qualifier. Juniors, once again, junior dragsters and junior street, we've called you to the lanes. Wheels up for Rob Monroe Sr. as the car launches hard. Dustin Hunter heading down there on a good pass as well. 912, 147 miles an hour for the Ford Falcon. Rob Monroe Sr. in his 31 Ford ran a 926, 148 miles an hour as we're taking the lengthy burnouts for one more pair. Chris Stone and Jim Benke. Benke over here taking some time off after a little bit of health issue, and he is happy to be back in that Plymouth Barracuda. Rad Torque sponsorship. Titanium Auto Group sponsorship as well. Chris Stone in the other lane. Stone Cold Racing. Willowbrook Chrysler on the side of that Dodge Dart. He goes 998. Was doing 999s earlier. 998 at 132 miles an hour. And 10:01 for Jim Benke. Here comes Kevin McNichol and Mike Robinson. Mike Robinson, he's in that 27 Ford T. And Kevin McNichol's in the 67 Chevy 2. The Nova here on the tower side. Roadster on the spectator side. Good run for the Roadster, 918, 141 miles an hour. as Kevin McNichol goes 10:01, 134 miles an hour. And that brings up Nick Angelucci. So we move into motorcycle now. Wild Bill and Tom Turand. Tom from Maple Ridge over on the spectator side in his Daytona Motorsports sponsored motorcycle that he calls the Kraken. Wild Bill from DeRoche on the Kawasaki. Wild Bill Racing. Well, it's just Wild Racing, but, you know. Both racers off and running, and Tom goes 8:45, 158 miles an hour. 9:21 for Wild Bill, 136 miles per hour. On Friday, we had upwards of, I guess it was about 5 or 6 motorcycles on the property, and many of them are still here today, finishing up their racing weekend. So coming up to the line then, Doug McNeil from DeRoche. .120 cubic inch Harley. Bike that I believe Dieter Gersh runs. trouble off the line, but once that bike got going, it was all right. 10:14, 135. As Al Ullman comes up next. So Jody Brickwood over on the spectator side on a 78 Kawasaki. It's a 2007 Kawasaki over here on the tower side with Al Omond. Al sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. That's his operation. And he is your perennial track champion in motorcycle. So Al breaks the beams with a 909, 146 miles an hour, and a 944 for Jody Brickwood, 131. And looking at the point situation right now in motorcycle, Tom Tarand is your leader at 426 points. Daryl Storzik, second place, 289. Al having an off year, third place right now, 268 points, looking to make up some ground this race. And that rotation is now complete. We are going into the second qualifier for all the categories. And we have got things to pick up here with Junior Street. And I'm going to be turning the microphone over to Christine Anderson. So, Christine, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Moving into Junior Street class, sponsored by Peden Industries. It's James McNeil in the tower side. This 2010 Nissan going against Dallas Nassi in the 2000 Honda he calls the Slug. Congratulations to Dallas Nassi for being the Race of Champion winner on Friday, taking out Tyler Smith, who's been dominating this class in points. James currently second in points here, racing to the 8th mile. .85 for James. Dallas, a 12.67. Tyler Smith in the tower lane, of course, the leader in points here in Junior Street. He's racing his 97 Chevy 1500, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zapstrap Racing, going against Sophia Getz in the 1994 Mustang. Sophia at 10.04 at 71 with a 1, and Tyler at 11.16 at 63 with a 7. Taryn Monroe up next from Surrey, 1994 Blazer, the 2022 class champion. .11.54 at 61 miles an hour for Taryn. Moving into the Junior Thunder class here. Junior Thunder racing to the 8th mile here. Second round of qualifying. Hunter Thompson in the Tower Lane from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Going against Cadence Rodrigue in the TCS lane. She's from Chilliwack, sponsored by Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken Specialty Auto, Elite Belt, and Grandpa Joe. Hunter an 889 at 74 miles an hour, and Cadence a 902 at 72. Next up, we've got April Bond from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment, going against Connor Jackson from Abbotsford, sponsored by TKO Hot Rod, Fitness Lab, and Lordco Auto Parts. Connor currently sitting number 2 in points. Second round of qualifying here in Junior Thunder. Connor Jackson a 905 and April Bond an 8.95. Bentley Johnson coming up here, currently number 1 in the points. He's from Mission, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and Titanium Auto Group, going against Owen Armstrong, part of Armstrong Racing, sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, Badass Garage, and Lordco. Bentley Johnson an 8.93. Owen Armstrong a 13.87. Second round of qualifying here in Junior Thunder, sponsored by Peden Industries. In the TCS lane, it's Isabella Marshall, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, quality manufactured homes, and this car is for sale. It's going against Alex Green, and Alex Green was the Race of Champion winner on Friday, so congratulations to Alex and the Green family. Alex in the tower side from Mission. Looks like it is a very sticky track out there. We're going to have to pitch in and get Brooks some new shoes. $8.87 for Isabella at $12.56 for Alex Green. Wes Armstrong, tower side from Chilliwack, sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack. Badass Garage and Lordco Auto Parts going against Nate Green in the TCS lane from Mission. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Pro to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4? That's Pro to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Sportsman, you are on standby, please. Pro to lanes 1 through 4. Sportsman on standby. $10.94 at 57 with the 6 for Nate Green, and Wes Armstrong a 12.23 at 53 with the 6. Next up, it's Adam Katnick in the tower lane, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. Adam was the 2022 points champion. It's going against Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack, sponsored by BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue. Hunter Gallant's cars, tuned by Duda. Adam Katnick sitting at number 3 in points so far. 883 at 74 miles an hour for Adam Katnick. Hunter Gallant, a 902 at 71 miles an hour. Next up is Jack Green. He's from Mission. Second qualifying pass here for Junior Thunder. And just looking at these points, man, oh man, this is a tight race here for the points in this class. Just 1 point separates second, third, and fourth. So this will be a cool class to watch and see how it goes and who will be the final points champion at the end of the day. Jack Green, a 13.90, 44 with a 9. Adeline Duda in the Tower Lane. She's from Langley. Sponsored by Gallant Family Racing. It's going against Ashton Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. Adeline with a 12.56 and Ashton an 11.77. Moving into Junior Lightning, sponsored by Peden Industries. It's Nick Bond in the Tower Lane. He's from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment. Going against CL Gagnon from Qualicum Beach, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems and Titanium Auto Group. Nick Bond currently sitting number 3 in points. CL at the 6th position here. $7.92 for Nick Bond, 82 miles an hour. CL a 7.9 at 82. McKenna Thompson, Tower Lane. She's from Mission, sponsored by JBS Equipment. McKenna currently holding the number 4 position in points, going against Colton Morin, the number 1 in points so far this year. He's from Mission, sponsored by TDS and John DeYoung, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. Also sponsored by Sean Wright and Titanium Auto Group. Colton, of course, is last year in the juniors, been racing junior dragsters for 8 years now, and next year he gets to move up with the big boys, going to Super Pro in his brand new big dragster. McKenna 793 and Colton an 803. Next up, Lincoln Shirk from Langley, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, and JS Power Sports. Going against Lexi Winterbottom from Langley, part of the Hobo Racing team, sponsored by Bowtie Ventures. Lincoln currently in the number 2 position in points, and Lexi in the 5th position. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get sportsmen to lane 5, please? Sportsmen to lane 5. 5 and 6. Sportsmen to lanes 5 and 6. Lincoln, a 7.91. 82 with a 5. And Lexi, an 803 with a 001 red. Leave all that red business to the qualifying rounds. As I think we've wrapped up our junior classes, sponsored by Peden Industries. Big thanks to Peden Industries, always sponsoring our junior class. These are our future racers, folks. Moving into the pro class, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop. Round 2 of qualifying. Rob Monroe, senior in the Tower Lane, 1931 Ford Model A. He's from Langley's, part of the White Knuckle Racing team. Going against Ryan Ledre from Maple Ridge, sponsored by Muffler Tech Auto, and that's 71 Chev. Rob Monroe Sr. in Tower Lane, Ryan Ladre in the Lordco lane. An 889 at 149 miles an hour for Rob Monroe Sr. And Ryan Ladre, a 1203 at 109. Robert Getz up next from Kamloops. He's the Canadian Diesel Shootout winner and a proud junior street dad. He's racing his 1994 Ford. He's going against Neil Cuthbertson from Aldergrove in the 97 Chevy. Robert Roland Cole all the way down the track. A 003 red. And Neil 1156 at 111 with the 2. Richard Love from Osoyoos Towerside, sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports, going against Rob Monroe Jr. in the 69 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmission, and Horizon Auto Body. A 10.58 at 126 with a 6 for Richard, and Rob a 10.57 at 124. Round two of qualifying, yeah. In Bubba's Speed Shop Pro, Al Proc from Port Moody in the 70 Cuda, and Dustin Brewington in the Lordco lane from Kennewick, Washington. Al with a 10.03 at 130 with a 5, and Dustin a 10.24 at 129. Sean Langley up next, Towerside, 1969 Mach 1. He is from Lyndon, Washington. That car is called the Hustler. It's the Pacific Raceway Sportsman Track Champion. It's going against Ron Walsh from Langley, 1980 Chevy Camaro. Yeah, it's Ron Walsh having some problems there getting that traction off the line. Had a similar type pass last round. Sean Langley at 11.89 and Ron a 17.45. Next up, Craig Johnson was the Race of Champion winner in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro on Friday. He's in the Tower Lane, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust, going against Steve Baskerville in the 2016 Golf. Craig with a little spin off the line there. Managed to keep his foot into it. 12.14 for Steve Baskerville, a 13.31 for Craig Johnson. Craig currently number 3 in points. Daryl Tippy in the Lordco lane from Surrey, 1962 Chevy 2, running a 383. Going against Grant Gordon from Surrey, a 1969 Dodge Dart, sponsored by 4 Cycle Customs Incorporated. $10.62 for Daryl Tippy and a $12.11 for Grant Gordon. Veronica Hodgson in the Tower Lane, 1969 Dodge. 2019 King of the Track winner, 2017 Sportsman Champion, going against David Rastad. $11.91 for David and a $12.43 for Veronica. Ross Walker in the Tower Lane from Langley, 1966 Chevy 2, running a 427, going against Rick McKinney from Richmond, 1996 Camaro with a 305. It's called the New Magoo, sponsored by RJL Farms. Great liftoffs for both of those cars. $10.05 for Ross and Rick at $10.41. Wayne Douglas Towerside from Linwood, Washington, 1968 Dodge Dart, sponsored by SBB Racing. It's going against Daryl Stobie from Abbotsford in the 64 Chevelle, sponsored by Stobie Construction. $10.23 for Daryl Stobie and Wayne a $10.59. John Vandeman from Abbotsford in the 1968 Pontiac Firebird. His car is called Murphy's Law. It's going against John Tabac in the Tower Lane. He's from Maple Ridge in that 1989 Chevy S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Super Pro to lanes to 2 and 3, please? Super Pro to lanes 2 and 3, please. John a 10.34 and John Tabac, that is a 10.34, and John Van Daven a 10.12. Chris Stone in the Tower Lane, 1968 Dodge, running a 440. Sponsored by Stone Cold Racing and Willowbrook Motors. He is a 12-time pro champion, a 2-time Division 6 champion, and has made over 8,000 passes in his 31 years of racing. It's going against Jim Banky from Mission in the 1967 CUDA. It's a 440 Mopar, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Titanium Auto Group and Bucky's Mini Excavating. This is round 2 of qualifying here in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro. Chris Stone a 998 and Jim Benke a 1002. Frenchie Bear from Nanaimo, 1988 Pontiac, running a small block Chev, sponsored by Blackbird Racing. Frenchie at 12.42 at 108 with a 5. Dustin Hunter up next. In its Falcon Fast, that 1964 Ford Falcon. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Super Pro to lanes 2 and 3, please? Super Pro, we need you to lanes 2 and 3, please. Dustin a 911 at 147 with an 8. Next up is Kevin McCauley from Maple Ridge. In the Lordco lane, 1983 Cutlass. He calls it old school. Going against Gary Fawcett from Burnaby, 1966 Plymouth. And this is Sportsman now. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman round 2 of qualifying. $11.82 for Kevin McCauley and $14.19 for Gary Fawcett. Tower side, we've got Brendan Pispasek from Burnaby in the 1990 Ford, part of Motoring Canada with Thomas. Going against Carson Barlow from Mission, the 70 C10 Chev. $11.83 for Brendan, a $13.42 for Carson. Scott Wilson, Tower Side, and Charlie Brown's a 1981 Chevy station wagon. Going against Kai Jessamine from Surrey, a 1980 K5 Blazer. A 12.30 for Scott Wilson. Kai Jessamine, a 14.08. Good to see a couple street legal guys out here participating in the bracket racing. Eric Hansen from North Van in the 1968 Dart, going against Graham McNeil in the 2014 Ford Mustang. Eric Hansen a 12.55 and Graham McNeil a 13.88. Mitchell McCartney in the 1967 Falcon. He is from Abbotsford, going against Sidney Jung from Surrey. 1981 Chevy Malibu, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Sidney sitting in the number 4 position in points. course, Sydney started in junior dragsters about 8 years ago, and she went on to win 3 championships. She's Rookie of the Year and Division 6 ET finalist in 2017 in the Junior Thunder category. She graduated to sportsman last year in the Malibu that her dad had driven in stock eliminator for the past 12 years. Of course, Sydney's got 10 Wallies and multiple wins in Junior Thunder, Junior Street, and Sportsman, including the Mission Race of Champions in Junior Street last year. Sylvia Hoogston's 1966 Ford Mustang going against Ryan Ladre's 71 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive. Sylvia was last year's Race of Champion winner for Hot Rod. She's owned that Mustang for 20 years. Ryan a 12.07 and Sylvia a 12.60. Roland Lowen Tower Lane in the 55 Meteor. It's going against Rob Getz from Kamloops in the 94 Ford. $11.82 for Rob Getz from Kamloops and Roland Lowen at $12.84. Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington in the 69 Mach 1 Mustang called the Hustler, going against Grant Gordon in the 69 Dodge, sponsored by 4 Cycle Customs. Round 2 of qualifying here in the Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman class. $11.87 at 113 with a 4 for Sean Langley and Grant Gordon at 12.07 at 111. Steve Baskerville, number 7 in points right now, from West Van in the 2016 Golf. $11.78 for Steve in the Volkswagen Golf. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6, please? Hot Rod to lanes 5 and 6. Just a reminder to our Race of Champions winner, if you have not received your trophy for the Race of Champions, we have them up here in the tower. So when you have a moment, please come grab your awesome trophy. It is pretty darn cool and large. Also a reminder, the concession stand is closing at 3 o'clock today. That's 3 o'clock, so just keep that in mind for a little later. Moving into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro now. It's John Jenkins in the Tower Lane, 1988 Chevy S10, sponsored by West Coast Building Restorations and MRI Supply. Going against Nick Angelucci from Agassiz in the 78 Chevy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is your second call for Hot Rod. Hot Rod, we need you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Second call for Hot Rod. Please make your way to lanes 5 and 6. John at 10.95 and Nick John at 10.97 and Nick a 10.57. Mike Robinson in the Tower Lane, 1987 Ford, sponsored by JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports. It's going against Justin Bond from Mission in the Lordco Lane. Final qualifying round for the Rad Torque System Super Pro class. A 7.08 at 186 with a 4 for Justin Bond. Mike Robinson, a 9.21 at 141 with a 9. Kevin McNichol here on the Tower Lane. He was the Race of Champion winner in Super Pro on Friday. That 1967 Chevy Nova, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. He was the 2023 Door Wars and Smoke, Fire, and Thunder champ, going against Dustin Brewington, who is currently second in points. Kevin McNichol is fourth in points. A 10.06 for Kevin McNichol and a 10.27 for Dustin Brewington. Martin Richel, currently in 6th place in points in the Rad Torque System Super Pro class. Going against Scott Robinson. Scott a 7.73 and Martin a 10.09. Craig Johnson in the Tower Lane, a 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. He is currently number 3 in points, going against Jay Severston. He's in that Dodge from Mission. Jay a 7.79 at 142 with a 5, and Craig Johnson 11.60 at 114. Next up, we've got Jason Field in the Lordco Lane. He's from Mission, that 1971 Nova, running a 6.32, going against Steve McKenzie in the 1987 Cavalier, running a 5.05 big block Chevy. Jason and 829 at 165, and Steve McKenzie and 879 at 155. Next up, Jan Christensen here in the Rad Torque System Super Pro class. Jan is number 1 in points in the dragster. Going against Brad Vingy. Brad in the 1968 Chevy Camaro, sponsored by B&C Racing. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to lanes 1 and 2, please? Motorcycle to lanes 1 and 2. Jan Christensen a 7.93 and Brad Vingy a 10.15. Brian Ritchie in the Tower Lane 1968 Chevelle, sponsored by Ritchie's Racing Engines, going against John Tabak from Maple Ridge in that 1989 Chevy S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Brian Ritchie a 7.95 and a 10.36 for John Tabak. Second round of qualifying here in the Rad Torque System Super Pro class. Next up, we've got Derek Shirk from Langley 1955 Chevy in the Tower Lane. It's called Ugly Betty. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, going against Richard Love from Osoyoos in the 89 Chevy S10, sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports. Derek pulling a little left there, but gets back into it. And Richard Love an 11 even at 123. Cade Shirk now in 1999 Chevy S10 with the 598 Sunset engine. Going against sponsored by Titanium Auto Group. It looks like a solo pass, a buy run, if you will, in the second round of qualifying here. Problems for Cade down there, just coasting down to the top end. Moving into Old Car Center Hot Rod class. It's some father and son racing action here. We've got Mr. Robs Monroe Sr. in the Tower Lane, the 1931 Ford Model A, part of White Knuckle Racing. Sponsored by B&N Hot Rods, Gibson Racing Transmission, and Horizon Paint, going against his son, Rob Monroe. Sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmission, and Horizon Auto Body. Rob Monroe Sr. an 8.87 and his son Rob Monroe a 10.57 in the Acadian. Ryan Isherwood from Cobble Hill on the Island, 1966 Plymouth Satellite. Sponsored by Isherwood Auto Group, going against Rob Hodgson from Mission in the 1967 Plymouth. Rob Hodgson currently in the number 3 position here in points. 11.60 for Ryan and a 10.65 for Rob. Barry Patterson in the Tower Lane. 65 Cornet running a 4.98, going against Steve Wilson from Ladner. 1965 Acadian called the Mooch. Sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop, Terry Bride's Race Engines. Barry Patterson a 9.78 and Steve Wilson a 10.15. Bill Halicki in the 65 Ranchero, sponsored by Ron's Engine Machine Shop. Going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, the 69 Mach 1 called the Hustler. $11.40 for Bill Halicki and a $11.84 for Sean Langley. Mark Brenzinger currently in number 4 in points in the 64 Nova called Out of Time, going against Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington, sponsored by Linden Service Center. Reaching for the sky in the Lordco lane, Matt Warner checking the weather up there. 9.55 for Mark Brenzinger and Matt Warner at 10.38. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get all juniors to the lanes, please? All junior racers, we need you to the lanes, please. Jerry Brabander, currently in number 5 position in points in that 1962 Chevy 2, going against Sylvia Hoogstens in that 66 Ford Mustang here in the Old Car Center Hot Rod class. Jerry at 10.62, Sylvia at 12.66. Round 2 of qualifying here, the final round. Matt Weremy from Duncan, 1968 Chevy 2, going against John McCartney. It is 1967 Falcon. Matt with an 11.16 and John 11.27. Larry Rodenheiser from Langley in 1946. Ford called Old Yeller, going against Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in that 1964 Ford, called its Falcon Fast. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get all of the junior racers to the lanes, please? All the junior racers, we need you to the lanes, please. Daryl Tippy in the Tower Lane, 1962 Chevy 2, going against Wayne Douglas from Linwood, Washington, 1968 Dodge Dart, sponsored by SBB Racing. In fact, Wayne is the owner of SBB Garage. $10.65 for Daryl and Wayne a $10.59. Next up, it's Chris Stone, who is the winner of the Race of Champions on Friday. Chris Stone in the 68 Dart with the 440 Mopar, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing, going against Jim Banky from Mission, 1967 Plymouth Cuda. A hard left for Jim Banky there. Chris Stone at 10.02 and Jim a 10.06. Andrew Wiebe there starting his burnout and a sudden stop. Problems for Andrew Wiebe here in his 47 Austin. Hopefully he can get it figured out what the issue is there. Hopefully it's not too much damage. That wraps up Old Car Center's Hot Rod class, moving into the Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class now. Wild Bill in the Tower Lane. He's from DeRoche, a 1986 Kawasaki. He's part of Wild Racing. He's going against Tom Turand. He's from Maple Ridge on the Kraken, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. Tom Turan currently number 1 in points. Wild Bill using a little bit of real estate up there toward the top end. A 9.26 and Tom a 9.04. Jody Brickwood, Tower Lane, 1978 Kawasaki's from Surrey, going against Al Omond from Abbotsford. A 2007 Kawasaki sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop. Al was the 2022 track champion. Al with a 9.15 and Jody a 9.37. Next up is Doug McNeil from DeRoche on his Harley Davidson. This looks like it's Dieter Gerst's old motorcycle. But Doug McNeil, the driver here today. A 9.87 at 132 with a 4 for Mr. Doug Neal. And that looks like that wraps up the Mountain View Harley Davidson motorcycle class. I'll hand you back over to Mr. Jerry Lucky.
Well, thank you, Christine. And yeah, that takes care of the 2 qualifying sessions, along with some rather fascinating track preparation. So we get right into here the Summit Race number 13, the final event for the Summit Series at Mission. And we're going to kick things off with Junior Street as they complete their burnouts. So rolling up into the stage beams right now, James McNeil and Dallas Nassy. Round 1, and you know what that means. 2 come up, and only 1 moves forward in the program. The other one back on the trailer, unless, of course, you're double classing. Then you have some chance of coming back. The green light comes on for Dallas, 11:52 at 54 miles an hour. Dallas Nassy out of Mission takes that Honda that he calls the Slug and puts it into the next round of Junior Street. Peden Industries Junior Street program. Sophia Getz now and Taryn Monroe roll up. Taryn in the third spot right now in the point standing, and Sophia Getz in the fifth spot. Taryn getting the handicap start. 11:48 is the dial for that Blazer. The Mustang dialed in at 9:95. They're racing to the 8th mile, remember. Win light comes on for Taryn Monroe. She's the 2022 class champion, and so looking to gain some points here. Goes 11:54, 59 miles an hour, and she will be happy with that. Sophia runs a 10:10 at 70 miles an hour in the Mustang. And here is your point leader, Tyler Smith, running roughshod over the category. Almost a perfect reaction time on the tree. He goes 11:13, 63 miles an hour. Almost. When I say almost, I mean it was like 1/10,000th of a second red. So Tyler just cutting as close as you could get to a perfect light and not getting it. But on a bye run, he gets to advance into the next round of Junior Street. And with Junior Street in the books first round, we move into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Lots of cars in the category. Junior Thunder, of course, reserved for racers between the ages of 5 and 12 years of age. So 5 to 12, cars will be tuned based on the age of the drivers. So slower cars, of course, having the youngest drivers, and they'll work their way up to the 10 and 9 second range as they get older in Junior Thunder. Later on, we're going to see Junior Lightning, and that is 13 to 17, and they all run roughly in the 8 and 7 second range at close to 80, 90 miles an hour. So our first pair then, Hunter Thompson, Owen Armstrong. Those are the two. Hunter out of Mission, Owen out of Chilliwack. So Owen Armstrong dialed in at 13.90. So Owen on the Lordco side is going to get the big handicap start here over Hunter, who's dialed in at 8.90. Quicker car clearly sponsored by JBS here on the Tower side. Owen, though, got a ton of sponsorship himself. Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, Badass Garage, who are typically on the property here for various events selling their wares. I believe that they will be here next week. And Lordco sponsorship on the Armstrong Junior Dragster as well. So here we go. Owen getting the big handicap start as he gets into the stage beams ever so shallowly. Hunter's in. And there we go. Owen is in as well. Tree comes down for Owen. He is off and running. Hunter waited patiently, so everything is clean and green on the start line, and it's all a matter of what happens at the 8th mile stripe, and it's a win light for Hunter Thompson. Owen had a rather tardy green light. His reaction time started with a 5, and so clearly Owen will be working on that when it comes practice time in the trailer. 5 is not a good number to have a reaction time start with. Perfect reaction time is .000. Every racer's goal is to get that trip zip, bag of donuts, or whatever you want to call it. Bentley Johnson now and April Bond. Bentley Johnson here on the tower side out of Mission. And April Bond also out of Mission. Dad Justin giving the go-ahead. Do the burnout. And then a couple of dry hops. Get the junior dragster up towards the start line. Do the last-minute RPM tune-up. And we be good to go. Bentley Johnson sponsorship, Bubba Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and Titanium Auto Group. JBS Equipment is the sponsorship for April, and that is Dad's company. JBS Equipment gets the go-ahead. April stages it up. Bentley still getting some fine-tuning on that Briggs & Stratton race motor. That's it. Crew can do no more as both junior dragsters pre-staged and bump forward into the stage beams and get set for their first round of elimination run here. Handicap going to ever so slightly. April Bond. Win light comes on for Bentley Johnson. Bentley goes 891 on an 892 dial, but was over only by 97 ten-thousandths of a second. April over 98 ten-thousandths of a second. So just 1 ten-thousandths of a second separating those two and the win. Here comes Alex Green now and Ashton Katnick. Ashton from Maple Ridge over on the spectator side. That's the Lordco lane. Dialed in at 11.90, the quicker of these two. Alex Green, part of the Green Brothers Racing from Mission. Got to dial in 12.52. You can see the handicap posted on the scoreboard at the top end. That will give you an indication of which is the quicker car, which is the slower car, and who will be leaving the start line first. In this case, it's Alex Green, the green dragster here on the tower side. Going to be getting the green light ahead of Ashton Katnick. Hey, attention in the pits. Pro Bracket. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. We need you to the lanes, please. Bubba Speed Shop, Pro Bracket. Bring them up to the lanes. And Sportsman, you are on standby. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman, you are on standby. Win light comes on for Alex Green, who goes 1281 at 50 miles an hour. 1281 takes out an 1175 at 54 miles an hour from Ashton Katnick. So Alex Green advancing into the next round, and that brings up Jack Green and Cadence Rodrigue. So Cadence over on the spectator side out of Chilliwack. Sponsors include Milron Truck Body, Color Compass, Ken's Specialty Auto, Elite Belts, and Grandpa Joe. So that is Cadence Rodrigue, dialed in at 899. The quicker of these two junior dragsters, Jack Green, 1390 is the dial-in. So Jack's going to see a lot of the racetrack as Cadence will sit patiently looking at that green dragster, getting closer and closer to the finish line, and Cadence will have to be patiently waiting for her green light. So Jack goes in. Cadence is right behind, and away we go. So everybody's clean and green on the start line. Everybody was patient. Win light comes on for Jack Green, who goes 13.90 on a 13.90 dial. So dead on the dial. Jack Green advancing into round number 2. Ran 45 miles an hour. Cadence actually ran an 8.92 at 72, but was not at the stripe ahead of Jack. Here comes Connor Jackson now and Hunter Gallant. Hunter in his brand new dragster for the year, 2016 vintage. Out of Chilliwack, he's dialed in at 9 flat. Connor 9.01, so this is essentially a heads-up race. You're not probably going to be able to detect that 1/100th of a second difference on the Christmas tree coming down. As a driver, though, they may take advantage of that. So Hunter Gallant and Connor Jackson head down track. Win light comes on for Hunter Gallant. Goes 9.05 with a 9. 9.05 with a 9 at 70.90 miles an hour. And Connor Jackson 8.98. Going too quick by about 27 thou. And here comes Adam Katnick now and Isabella Marshall. This is Isabella's first full year in the junior dragster. It's 2016 Mike Boss chassis. Adam Katnick, sponsored by TK Performance. Lordco, your 2022 points champion, dialed in at 890. Isabella, dialed in at 890 as well. Sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Quality Manufactured Homes. And car is for sale, so they're looking to sell that junior dragster here at the end of the season. So heads up race at the stripe. Isabella Marshall picks up the win, goes 8.98, 68 miles per hour, and so Isabella will be moving into the next round of Junior Thunder. And that's going to bring up Nate Green and Wes Armstrong. Wes Armstrong over on the spectator side of the raceway. Lordco lane, dialed in at 12.19. Nate Green, 10.92. 10.92. So we're looking for a handicap start here going in Wes Armstrong's direction. Sponsored by Fountain Tire in Chilliwack, Badass Garage, and Lordco Auto. So 12.19, that's the dial-in for Wes in the black dragster. Nate Green here, 10.92, the quicker of the two. So both of them staged, the tree is down, and Wes is off the line. And here comes Nate in hot pursuit. At the 8th mile stripe, it's a win light for Wes Armstrong. Goes 12.26. At 53 miles an hour. Nate goes 10.89 at 57. 10.89 on a 10.92 dial, so broke out. Win light comes on for Wes Armstrong. Hey, the Summit Junior Drag Racing League is one of the biggest categories in the NHRA. It's great to see at the national events that each national event has exhibition passes from the juniors in the town that they visit. So Adeline Duda getting the bye run there. runs at 12:58, 50 miles an hour. And we have certainly seen some amazing increases in the car count here at Mission Raceway. We went a year or two where there was only maybe half a dozen race cars, and it is not unusual now to have upwards of 20 cars on the docket. So away we go. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need final call, pro bracket. Final call for pro bracket. You should be in the lanes, and sportsman, you're on standby, but pro bracket, you should be in the lanes, please. And that takes us into Lightning. So Nick Bond showing up here on the tower side, and in the other lane, CL Gagnon. It's going to be heads up. 790 is the dial-in for both these racers. In the Lightning category, you can go as quick as 7.50. Any quicker than that, and you will be disqualified because you're not teched out to run that quick. So 7.50 is the quickest at 89.99 miles an hour, and these two are 791 and 790 on the dial. So Nick Bond and CL Gagnon about to do battle here in first round of Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Justin Bond says, that's it, go for it, and gives Nick the signal to stage the junior dragster. Nate Gagnon doing the same thing over on the spectator side for CL. Nick sponsored by JBS Equipment here on the tower side, and CL, Rad Torque, and Titanium Auto Group. And it's a red light start for CL. Red light start. And Nick Bond picks up the win, goes 788, 82 miles an hour. No question that Nick saw the red light and saw the green light come on his win board, so he drove under the dial, which he's allowed to do when your competitor turns on the red light. So 788 for the win, 82 miles an hour, as Colton Morin rolls up in his junior dragster. Probably, well, this will be his last year in the junior dragster. Was walking in the pits, and he's got the full-size Super Pro dragster sitting in the trailer. And he is really looking forward to getting into the full-size car next year when he is old enough. At 17, yeah, that's your last year in the junior category. So Colton Morin and Lincoln Shirk. Lincoln over here tower side, sponsored by the Titanium Auto Group and Rad Torque, JBS, and JS Power Sports. So Lincoln Shirk here on the tower side. Rocking the dragster and getting it to roll forward into the stage beams. Colton Morin doing the same thing. Colton looking to finish the year as track champion. He's currently in first place, 436 points. Lincoln Shirk has other ideas. He's in second place right now with 423 points, so there could be some serious shuffling going on through the day. So these two have raced each other a number of times, and Colton picks up the win this time. 8:03, 81 miles an hour. And that brings up Lexi Winterbottom and McKenna Thompson. So Lexi over on the spectator side, Hobo Racing. Sponsors include Bowtie Ventures. And McKenna Thompson, JBS sponsorship. So no red lights to contend with on the start line. It's going to be decided at the stripe with the win light coming on for McKenna Thompson. 7.92 for the win, 81 miles an hour. And so that is going to take care of Peden Industries, Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning. We now head into Pro Bracket, Bubba's Speed Shop. Pro Bracket. So 18 degrees is the temperature outside right now at 2 o'clock, roughly. And start line crew just being ever vigilant, wanting to make sure that the racing surface, especially on the start line, is what it should be. So they are going to do a quick touch-up. And so we will be down for just a couple of minutes while that happens. Certainly a great opportunity to head by the Half-Track Snack Shack and check out all the great food items there. I had my bacon cheeseburger, well done. They know it by heart already. That's pretty cool. And so lots of other great menu items, from chicken strips and all sorts of combos and French fries, you name it, at the Half-Track Snack Shack. I hear that it's going to be about 10 minutes that we'll be working on the track, so you do have time to head over to the Snack Shack. If you have joined us and are sitting on the spectator side, I want to welcome all of you race fans here to Mission Raceway for this Summit ET race number 13, the final of the season. And please know that your admission ticket bought you a pit pass, so you can head over to the bridge and walk across and join us over here on the pit side whenever you feel like it. Take a close-up and personal look at some of the racing vehicles that are on the property, and watch some of the between-round maintenance. Always a great thing to do, and you can check in at the Pro Shop as well and take a look at some of the great souvenir wear that is available there. I had a chance to pop in earlier today, and all sorts of cool apparel and hats, and even some rather unusual, like die-cast cars and stickers, pins, and that kind of thing. So you name it, Pro Shop has it. Hey, while it's a little bit quiet, I should mention some housekeeping items. We have Race of Champions trophies. So if you were a winner, Race of Champions, the trophies are up here in the tower if you have not picked yours up as yet. Also, I know that the concession stand will be closing today at 3 p.m. So if you are looking to grab a late lunch, you still have about an hour to go, but the concession stand will be closing at 3 p.m. And then while I was wandering through the pits, talking to various racers and everything else, I could not catch up with the Girl Guide cookie sellers. They were out and about selling their Girl Guide cookies at the Junior Street pit, but they were also walking around. $6 a box. It's a deal. Supports a good cause, Girl Guides. So make sure that you flag them down if you see them out there wandering in the pits. Attention in the pits. Sportsmen. We need sportsmen to the lanes. This is your call. Sportsmen, bring them up. Hey, here comes Robert Getz and Rob Monroe Jr. as we kick off first round of eliminations in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Win light comes on for Rob Monroe Jr. Goes 1062, 116 miles an hour in his 69 Acadian. Taking that car into round number 2 as John Tabac rolls up to stage up against Al Proc. Now, Al's driving that 1970 lime green Cuda, and he is out of Port Moody, dialed in at 10:05. So the quicker of the two, that is the Cuda. John Tabac out of Maple Ridge, driving the 89 S10, sponsored by Rad Torque. 10:39 is the dial, so he got the handicap start. Al Proc is going to be in pursuit. Try and get ahead of him, inch ahead at the stripe. Does not do it. Win light comes on for John Tabac. Goes 10:42 on a 10:39 dial, 118 miles an hour. As your point leader, Dustin Brewington rolls up here on the tower side, the Kennewick, Washington driver, behind the wheel of that 1999 Camaro. And Rob Monroe Sr. is sitting in that 31 Ford Model A. So the Model A dialed in at 9:09, Dustin 10:27 out in front. Here comes the Model A at the top end. Not going to get around Dustin, though. Both of them go under. The one that went under the least, well, that's Dustin Brewington. 10:25 on a 10:27 dial. He was under by 13 thou as opposed to, well, over a tenth from Rod Monroe. So Craig Johnson and Grant Gordon next up. Gordon driving the blue and white 69 Dodge Dart out of Surrey. He's dialed in at 12:09. He gets the handicap start. He leaves the line first. Craig Johnson, got to be patient, dialed in at 11:66. Everybody taking full advantage of that green light. Craig Johnson, car sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. Will he get around the Dart? He does indeed. Goes 11:68 on an 11:66 dial for the win. 107 miles an hour. Craig Johnson advancing into the next round. Stop me if you've heard that before. John Vandeven, Richard Love next two. Richard Love driving the S10 and John Vandeven in the orange Pontiac that he calls Murphy's Law. The handicap start going to the pickup, but just a little bit. And he goes red. Goes 6 thou red. And so that is not going to help him in his efforts. Richard Love not going to advance into next round here in Pro Bracket. 10:20 is the winning time for that orange Firebird. 131 miles an hour. John Vandeven from Abbotsford going rounds. As Daryl Stobie and Daryl Tippy get set to do battle. Now Tippy's driving the Champagne Gold Chevy 2, 1063 on the reader board. Gets the handicap over Daryl Stobie. Wheels up for that Chevelle. Way up high, making use of the wheelie bars. And who's it going to be at the stripe? Win light comes on for Daryl Tippy. Had the better reaction time. Had an 0:24. Daryl's reaction time started with a 1. That's going to tell you something. 10:67 is good for Daryl to advance into round number 2 at 122 miles an hour. Okay, so here comes Dustin Hunter. He's dialed in at 9:10. So Dustin over here in the Falcon, that's the faster of the two. Chris Stone, 10:02 in the Dodge Dart. So the Dart goes first. Here comes Dustin. Everybody's clean and green on the start line as they head down track. It is going to be a win light come on for Chris Stone. 10:05 on a 10:02, 123 miles an hour. And so Chris Stone advancing into the next round here in Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. From Linden, Washington, that Mach 1, that is Sean Langley. Pre-staged, rolls forward up against Neil Cuthbertson in the Chevy pickup. big tubbed out tires. Sean's Mach 1 that he calls the Hustler, Pacific Raceway Sportsman Track Champion. He gets the win, goes 11.95 at 109 miles an hour. And so Sean Langley taking the Mach 1 another round. And here comes Rick McKinney and Ross Walker. I mentioned earlier this morning that Rick McKinney takes that red Camaro, the new Magoo. Old-timers will remember he raced a Cutlass, the blue Magoo, and used to race that in the Superstock category. He does the same thing with this Camaro. You saw him race in Seattle at the national event and go rounds. So they are off and running. The win light comes on for Rick McKinney at a 008 reaction time. And that's going to count for a lot when it comes to the finish line. What it did is made Ross Walker break out, trying to get ahead. So Rick McKinney going rounds is David Rastad and Frenchie Barret. I think that's a nickname. I'm guessing it's a nickname. Blackbird Racing. It is a 1988 Pontiac Firebird. Over here, Tower Side. David Rastad, 1980 Malibu. The Malibu is the quicker of the two. The Firebird, Black Firebird, gets the handicap start. And David goes red. Turns on the red light by 9,000ths of a second. So he'll be kicking himself on that one. Just 9,000ths of a second red. Win light comes on for the Pontiac Firebird. 12:35 for the win. 108 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson rolls up now. Veronica from Mission, driving the 69 Dodge Dart. 2019 King of the Track. 2017 Sportsman Champion. Lots of accolades and accomplishments driving that Dodge Dart, as she has done for a number of years now. Rob Hodgson out front, giving her directions to stage the car. The other lane, Wayne Douglas, 68 Dodge Dart from Linwood, Washington. Veronica, the slower of the two darts. It's a red light, though, for Wayne Douglas. Not able to stay on the start line. Left too soon, turned on the red light. Veronica goes 12:39, 109 miles an hour for the win. And here comes a Golf versus a Cuda. So Jim Benke driving the 67 Cuda, sponsored by Rad Torque and Bucky's Mini Excavating and Titanium Auto Group. He's over on the spectator side, dialed in at 10:07. Baskerville here, the slower of the two, 11:85. And he gets the handicap, and Jim goes red. Jim turns on the red light by 8,000ths of a second. So he will not be going rounds in Pro Bracket. 11:76, Steve Baskerville is nothing if not consistent, and that's what it takes to win rounds. Be consistent. Do the same thing on the start line. Make sure you're as close as possible to your dial-in, round after round, and that'll serve you in good stead. Here's a buy run then with the odd number of cars in the category. Ryan Ledre out of Maple Ridge takes that 71 Chevelle on to the next round by virtue of this buy run, sponsored by Muffler Tech Auto. He runs a 12:06 at 109 miles an hour, and that is going to do it for Bubba Speed Shop Pro Bracket. Hey, attention in the pits. We're going to make a final call for Sportsman. Final call. You should be in the lane, Sportsman. And we're going to call Super Pro to the lanes now. Super Pro, we need you in the lanes. Bring them up, Super Pro. As we roll into Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. And the first two will be Sylvia Hoogston, driving the blue Mustang, and Carson Barlow in the C10. So Carson had the handicap start dialed in at 13:45. Sylvia had 12:63 on the scoreboard there. At the stripe, it's a win light for Sylvia. Goes 12:66 on a 12:63 dial, so just 300ths off, and that's going to be good to advance into the next round as Carson ran under the dial by about 59 10,000ths of a second. Kai Jessamine now and Graham McNeil. Kai out of Surrey in the pickup. And Graham McNeil in the Ford Mustang. So the handicap going to the pickup. See who fares best with the shoe polish at the stripe, and that is going to be the Mustang. Graham McNeil goes 13:69, 93 miles an hour for the win. Dodge Dart, Eric Hansen. Spectator side, Scott Wilson over here, tower side, in the Chevy wagon that he calls Charlie Brown. So Hansen picks up the win, goes 12:57. 12:57 at 104 miles an hour. Scott Wilson goes 12:30 and not advance. Sidney Jung and Roland Lowen. Roland in the 55 Meteor, 12:83, and Sidney Jung, 12:17. Sidney staging the car really shallowly, but still turns on the red light. Wow, 7 10,000ths of a second red, so just barely. Roland Lowen goes 12:84 for the win, 102 miles an hour. So we'll see that 55 Black Meteor in round number 2 of Sportsman. Here's Gary Fawcett now and Sean Langley again. Langley is double classing. 69 Mustang Mach 1 that he calls the Hustler. Waiting on the line as Gary Fawcett gets the big handicap start. Plymouth dialed in at 14:13. 1191 is the dial for Sean. At the stripe, it's the Mach 1. Goes 1197 at 103 miles per hour. As Brendan Piscatchit and Rob Getz. So Rob Getz goes red. Junior Street Dad, he's out of here. Well, he's not out of here, but he's not going rounds. That's for sure. Not in Sportsman. 11:91, the winning time for Brendan Piscatchik. 112 miles an hour as Mitchell McCartney and Ryan Ledre roll up next. 71 Chevelle and 67 Falcon. So Ryan is staged up and timed out. Mitchell McCartney timed out, needed to get into the stage beams quicker, and there is a roughly 10-second timeout from the time the other car stages before you get timed out. And so that's apparently what happened here to Mitchell. And That's a tough break. Tough way to lose a race, to lose on a timeout. Ryan Ledre in the Chevelle, though, ran a 12:19 at 109 miles an hour to go into the next round. And here comes Grant Gordon and Steve Baskerville. Steve, one of those cars that is double classing. The Golf ran in Pro as well. Goes 1185 on the dial this time. 1185 is the dial. 1207 for the Dart, and the Dart goes first. Head down track, and the Dart gets there first. Grant Gordon picks up the win, goes 1209, 110 miles an hour as Kevin McCauley gets a bye run here in the sportsman category. So Kevin goes 11.90 at 112 miles an hour to advance into round number 2 of the sportsman category. Once again, just remind everybody that the concession stand will be closing in about 30 minutes from right now, 3 o'clock. That is the plan. Concession stand closing at 3. And be on the lookout for Girl Guides selling cookies in the pits. So if you can't find them, head over to the Junior Street pit area, and I'm sure they can hook you up. $6 a box. So here we go. Rad Torque Systems Super Pro as we get set for their first round. Is in the pits and taking a look at Justin Bond's slicks after making all of the burnouts that he did. I said, how are the tires? He said, I got lots of tread left. So he's okay. He's over in the dragster on the spectator side. Here, Dustin Brewington in his 99 Camaro on the tower side. Hey, attention in the pits, Old Car Center Hot Rod. We need you to the lanes now. Hot Rod, we need you to the staging lanes. Bring them up. As Dustin Brewington and Justin Bond pre-staged. We're also making a final call for Super Pro. You should be in the lanes as we're running your class. Long delay as Justin Bond has to sit there and watch that Camaro head out there, but is he? Yes, he does. He gets around him. 707 on a 706 dial. Basically, he was so close on the dial that he made Dustin go under by 12 thousandths of a second. So Dustin going under the dial, ran a 1024 on a 1026 dial. Justin Bond, 707. I guess running that Pro Mod car on the off weekends is helping his reaction times a lot, too. Steve McKenzie and Jason Field. So Jason purging the nitrous from the 71 Silver Nova over on the spectator side. Do that to get the bottle pressure up to where they want it. Also to clean out any air that's in the pipes so that the nitrous is delivered into the fuel system at exactly the time they want it. Steve McKenzie over here in the 87 Cavalier, sitting with 505 cubic inch big block Chevy. So Jay Sievertson, so Steve McKenzie over here tower side and Jason Field over on the spectator side. Jason dialed in at 829 and Steve 870. So red light for Jason Field goes 1 thou red. Or to be more precise, 16/10,000 red. 882 good for Steve McKenzie though, as he takes the Cavalier to 155 mile per hour pass and advances into round number 2 of Super Pro. Here comes Jay Sievertson and Martin Rochelle. Martin typically runs a 1090 on that Malibu. He's dialed in today at 1009. It's what we always talk about, how the 1090 index cars or the 990 index cars certainly can run faster than that. Their goal is always to stay as close to the 1090 as possible. In this particular case, though, Martin Rochelle went 1009 and then went 2/10,000ths of a second red. Wow. Martin Rochelle not going to be advancing on account of that red light. 782 for Jay. 782 at 172 miles an hour. And so Jay Sievertson going into the next round. Here comes Jan Christensen and Mike Robinson. Interesting matchup here with the long dragster and the short roadster. Robinson's driving that 27 Ford T Roadster, sponsored by JBS Equipment and JS Power Sports. Jan Christensen in his dragster, 2002 dragster that he purchased earlier this year. So here comes Jan Christensen in the dragster, chasing down Mike Robinson in the roadster. Does he get around him? Yes, he does. That's exactly why he bought that dragster, to see what it's like to race one of those long, skinny cars against a door car, or in this case, a roadster. Jan Christensen goes 793 off the dial by about 35/10,000ths of a second. Dialed in at 793, he goes 793, dead on the dial. Here comes John Tabak now and Brad Vingy. John Tabak dialed in at 1040, 1040, and Brad Vingy 1016. So win light? Well, all depends on who wrote the shoe polish the closest to the run. So the handicap start going to the S10 of John Tabak. Brad Vingy's going to have to get around him at the top end, and does. Goes 1013 on a 1016 dial. They both ran under. Brad, less so. So 1013, good for the win, 152 miles an hour. He was under his dial by about 200ths. John was under the dial by 400ths. So next up, Brian Ritchie and Nick Angelucci. So Nick dialed in at 1057, driving that 78 Chevy, 355 cubic inch small block Chevy under the hood. Over on the spectator side, Brian Ritchie, who normally runs in the Canada West Door Slammer category. He is here today running in Super Pro in his 68 Chevelle. Sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines. He's the quicker of the two. Nick Angelucci's dialed in at 10:57, so we'll see the car on the Lordco side leave the line first. Here they go. And it's a red light start for Nick Angelucci. He goes too soon. Too soon by 17 ten-thousandths of a second. I mean, seriously, that's not even a bunch. That's just a tiny, tiny amount, but it's red nonetheless. So Brian Ritchie picks up a great win, 793 at 170 miles an hour to advance into the next round, as Craig Johnson and Kevin McNichol will be our next two competitors. Craig Johnson, 1164. Behind the wheel of that 84 Oldsmobile, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. And Kevin McNichol in the 67 Chevy. They're taking their time to stage. Craig Johnson's going to get the handicap start here. He's dialed in at 1164. Kevin McNichol, 1006. It's going to be close. It's going to be who has the better reaction time. So they head down track. Kevin in pursuit of Craig, and what'll it be at the top end? A win light for Craig Johnson. 1162 as they both go under. Both go under by almost the same amount, 14 versus 13. So win light comes on for Craig Johnson, 1162 at 107 miles an hour. That brings up Derek Shirk and John Jenkins. Big disparity in the dial-ins here between these two competitors as well. John Jenkins in the yellow pickup, he's dialed in at 1099, so essentially 11 seconds. And Derek Shirk dialed in at 777, so there is going to be, wow, almost a 4-second handicap start going to John Jenkins. Hey, attention in the pits. Could I get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycle. This is your call. To the lanes, please. Bring them up, motorcycle. Boy, sitting on the rev limiter for a long time. Derek Shirk chasing down John Jenkins and gets around him. Goes 769. For the win, 171 miles an hour. So even though John Jenkins had the better reaction time, Derek had more power and was able to stay a little closer to the dial. Even though they both broke out, Derek was closer to his dial by just about 0.02 of a second. So Scott Robinson now and Richard Love. Richard in the Chevy S10. 1067 is the dial, and Scott Robinson, 773. Scott's driving that 94 Beretta, and he'll be sitting there for a while as Richard Love leaves the line, and Scott is charging after him now. Gets around him too, has a reaction time of 004, so a significantly better reaction time, and goes 773 for the win off the dial by just about 0.05 of a second. 773, and he ran 773 with a 5. So he was right on the money there. Bill Halicki and Ryan Isherwood. Ryan Isherwood from Cobble Hill, driving the 66 Plymouth Satellite. And Bill Halicki in the Ranchero, as we are in the hot rod category. So pretty much coin toss on the reaction times here. Not much difference between the two of them. Win light comes on for Bill Halicki as Ryan goes under the dial that he had set for himself by about 33 thousandths of a second. 11:25 is the winning time for Bill in the Ranchero at 117 miles per hour. And here comes Jim Benke and Steve Wilson. I asked Steve, why do you call your car the Mooch? And he said basically because I was mooching everything off of my competitors to build it. And so he thought I may as well just call it the Mooch. Steve Wilson in the Acadian on the spectator side, not going to get into the next round as Jim Benke goes 10:09 for the win, 121 miles an hour. As Wayne Douglas and Mark Brenzinger roll up to the stage beams now. 9:54 is the dial-in for that 64 Nova that says it's out of time. Sponsored by Vinny Speed Shop and Bail Bonds. It's your 2021-22 Hot Rod champion. Here over on the tower side, Wayne Douglas. Dodge Dart leaves the line first. Wow! Way up high in the air and heading for the wall. And Mark gets off the throttle and just coasts along the wall. That was a close one for Mark Brenzinger. Car launched hard and went right. So win light comes on for Wayne Douglas in the Dart, 1077, 105 miles an hour for the win as the start line crew goes out and just takes a quick peek, make sure that there's nothing on the line that got under Mark's wheels or anything like that. Driver's given the go-ahead. Do the burnouts. Get him done. Get him to the start line. Matt Weirmy and Barry Patterson are the next two. 65 Coronet, Barry Patterson, the black Dodge. Over on the spectator side, Chevy over here on the tower side, boasting 454 cubic inches of big block Chevy power. Dial-in for Matt is 1150, Barry 977. So the quicker of the two cars is that black Dodge that's now in hot pursuit of that blue Chevy. Will he make up the ground and get around him at the top end? He certainly does. 991. 991 for the win at 128 miles an hour for Patterson. Daryl Tippy now and Sean Langley. Langley driving the Mach 1, Mustang Mach 1 out of Linden, Washington. 1189 is the dial for a car that he calls the Hustler that won the Sportsman Track Champion at Pacific Raceway. So there goes the handicap there, and Daryl is in pursuit of Sean. And will he get around him at the stripe? On the brakes, he does not get around him. Sean Langley knows what he's doing in the Mustang. 1190, 111 miles an hour, and Daryl Tippy just under by about 12,000. His reaction time 008, and yet that's the challenge with bracket racing on handicaps. You're looking, and you don't want to go too fast. He was on the brakes, but not soon enough. So Jerry Brabander now chasing down Sylvia Hoogston in the Mustang as we continue in first round of hot rod action. So Jerry gets around Sylvia, goes 10:59 at 125 miles an hour for the win. And Chris Stone now rolls up for Rob Monroe, Sr. in the other lane. So here comes that 31 Ford Model A trying to get around Chris Stone. Manages to do it, too. Goes 897 for the win on an 891 dial. Had a reaction time of 0:05. And that is certainly going to help you get to that top-end stripe quicker. Hey, attention in the pits. We're calling juniors to the lanes, please. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters and Junior Street to the lanes for round 2. We'll put Thunder in 1, Lightning in 2, and Junior Street in 3 and 4. Way up high in the air. That's the way he likes to do it. Matt Warner leaving the line alongside Rob Hodgson. Manages to set down the wheels and pick up the win, goes 10:42. Wow, the margin of victory, just about 0.03 of a second there as he was trying to get around Rob Hodgson without breaking out. So Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington, will be around a little bit longer, handing out more no wheelie bars stickers. So that's good news for Matt. Here comes Dustin Hunter now, chasing down John McCartney in his 67 Falcon. But the Falcon just off the pace, and Hunter goes 922 for the win. 128 miles an hour, as Larry Rodenizer will be next up. So Larry Rodenizer getting a bye run in Old Yeller. And he runs a 9:39 at 141 miles an hour. And here comes Rob Monroe Jr. So this is a competition single, as Andrew Wiebe was supposed to be in the other lane in his Austin, but the Austin broke on the second qualifier, and so not able to make the call, as Rob Monroe will advance. .10:57 is the time for Rob Monroe's Acadian, 124 miles an hour, and that will do it for round number 1 of Hot Rod. Large field of cars in that category, and so we now go into motorcycle. So Jody Brickwood and Wild Bill, first motorcycles, two Kawasaki's heading down track, one an 86 and one a 78. And it's a win light for Wild Bill from DeRoche. 985 at 117 miles per hour. So Wild Bill picking up that round win. As Doug McNeil rolls up against Al Amond. Was in the pits earlier today in Al's trailer, looking at the computer readouts that he has for the bike and showing me how the power curve is against the action that the tires are experiencing and the shift points in the clutch. It's rather fascinating and far more complex ordeal than my little brain can handle. So Doug McNeil over here tower side, Al Omond over on the spectator side. Doug's going to be leaving the line on the handicap start. And here comes Al. And it looks like Al's out in front, and good for the win. 925, 127 miles an hour. And so with 5 motorcycles on the property in eliminations, Tom being the odd number, he gets the bye run. .841 is the time on that pass for Tom Torrance. Wow, 158 miles an hour, 841 to advance into round number 2 of motorcycle. And with that, I will hand it back to Christine. It'll last for a while.
Oh, now I have no bars. Moving into Junior Street, sponsored by Peden Industries. It's Tyler Smith in the tower side, sponsored by Jerry's OK Tire and Zap Strap Racing in the 97 Chevy. He's currently the points leader in this class, going against Dallas Nassie, who was the Race of Champions winner on Friday. In that 2000 Honda, he calls the Slug. Dallas dialed in 11.49. Tyler 11.18. This is round 2 of eliminations in Junior Street. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get pro to the lanes, please? Pro class to the lanes, please. Oh, looks like a red for Tyler Smith. So Dallas Nassie Moving on into the next round, 11.55 at 64 miles an hour. Taryn Monroe in the Lordco lane now, the 2022 class champion. By run into the next round. All right, just looking at my ladder, you guys, that was a semifinal. So meeting in the final round, Dallas Nassie and Taryn Monroe. That'll be an exciting final round. Moving into Junior Thunder, sponsored by Peden Industries. Got Hunter Thompson in the tower lane, sponsored by JBS Equipment, dialed in at an 890, and Isabella Marshall, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, quality manufactured homes, and this car is for sale. Isabella also dialed in at an 890. Quarter final racing action here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. Pro, we need you to the lanes. Sportsmen, you are on standby, please. Round 2 of eliminations here, Junior Thunder. Isabella Marshall moving on an 8.94 on her 890 dial. Next up, Alex Green in the tower lane. He's from Mission, dialed in at a 12.50, part of the Green Brothers Racing team. Going against Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack in his 2016 Dragster, sponsored by BDL Automotive, Super Steve's Tires, Diversified Metalworks, Rocket Coatings, and Paint by Rodrigue. Hunter's dialed in at a 900. Head start for Alex Green. Now Hunter chasing after him. Can he get around him? He can. Hunter Gallant moving on into the next round, a 9.16 on his 900 dial. The next two here in Junior Thunder is Jack Green. He is in the tower lane from Mission, dialed in at a 1390. Wes Armstrong from Chilliwack in the Lordco lane, sponsored by Fountain Tire Chilliwack, Badass Garage, and Lordco Auto Parts. He's dialed in at a 1222. So we'll see Jack Green taking off first. And Wesley shortly afterwards here in the Junior Thunder class, round 2 of eliminations. Tough break for Wes Armstrong. It's Jack Green moving on into the next round, a 13.86. Breaking out, but that beats the red. Adeline Duda, sponsored by the Glant Family Racing, dialed in at a 12.57. Going against Bentley Johnson, sponsored by Bubba's Speed Shop, Lucas Oil, Heatwave Visual, and Titanium Auto Group. Bentley currently number 1 in the points race. However, this is very, very close, this whole class. So we'll have to find out who the grand champion will be at the end of the day. Can Bentley hang on to his first place position? Adeline taking off first, dialed in at a 12.57. Bentley an 8.91. Adeline Duda moving into the next round, a 12.66 on her 12.57. It's definitely a big deal. Changes a lot of things here in the Junior Thunder class. Wow, it is a very, very close points race. Moving into the Peden Industry Junior Lightning class now. McKenna Thompson. Taking her free ride into the final round. So this is a semi-final racing action here in Junior Lightning. McKenna moving on into the next round, and look at that reaction time. Trip 9, baby. McKenna moving on into the final round, and next up we need to see who she will be going against. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get sportsmen to the lanes, please? Sportsmen, we need you to the lanes. And Super Pro, you are on standby, please. Sportsmen to the lanes, and Super Pro, you are on standby. And I'll tell you, bracket racing is pretty exciting, I must say. I was talking about it on Friday. It's like, you know, street legals, it's all the way on. You want to go as fast as you can. It's like playing checkers. But bracket racing is like playing chess. It is just so much more challenging, and there's so much more involved than just keeping your foot down on the gas. So for all of you guys. Congratulations to all of our juniors. You guys are amazing. Bunch of bracket racers, and we've been having a great old time watching you all year long, all of you juniors. All right, our next two matchups here in the Peden Industries Junior Lightning class will be Nick Bond and Colton Morin. So this is a big matchup here. Of course, Colton Morin, it's his final year racing in the juniors. He was 6 when he started racing. He won the Junior Thunder Championship 3 times. He's the winner of the Junior Ambassador Award. And this is his last junior race before he gets himself into that big, bad new dragster. I can't wait to see him moving into Super Pro. That is pretty awesome. Okay, you guys, so here's the super big deal in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Nick Bond in the Tower Lane, sponsored by JBS Equipment, dialed in at a 790. Colton Morin, dialed in at an 802. Now, Colton is currently the points leader. However, this is a big race. If Colton wins this race, he wins the points championship in Junior Lightning. However, if Nick wins this race, he goes to the finals with McKenna. He has to beat her and he will be the points champion. So a huge, huge deal here in Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Nick Bond in the Tower Lane, sponsored by JBS Equipment, and Colton Morin, sponsored by TDS, John DeYoung, Tires Plus, Waco Flooring, JBS Equipment, and Rex Cox. Nick dialed in at the 790, Colton the 802. Who will be meeting McKenna Thompson in the final round of Peden Industries Junior Lightning? Nick Bond moving into the final round. Wow. This is some exciting stuff. Now, of course, Nick Bond going to the final round with McKenna. Then we will have to see what happens in that final round to determine what happens in the points championship. Moving into pro, it's Bubba Speed Shop Pro. Man, oh man, I'm so excited up here. Whew. Sweating. Sean Langley from Linden, Washington, in his 1969 Mach 1 that he calls the Hustler. That 1969 Mach 1 came right from the Ford dealership, you guys, to the drag strip, running Division 6 Super Stock from 1969 to 1974. Sean has owned that car for 30 years, and he won Sportsman Track Champion both last year and this year at Pacific Raceways. So Sean moving on into the next round. Veronica Hodgson from Mission, 1969 Dodge in the Tower Lane. It's going against Dustin Brewington from Kennewick, Washington, the 1999 Camaro. Veronica dialed in 12.40. Dustin at 10.25. He's hauling after her. Can he get around her in the top bend? He can. A 10.25 on his 10.25 with a trip 9, folks. So 007 off his dial. So wow, what a great pass for Dustin. Moving on. Rob Monroe Jr., 1969 Acadian Towerside, going against Ryan Ledritt from Maple Ridge in the 71 Chev, sponsored by Muffler Tech Auto. Ryan is dialed in at a 12.06. Rob Monroe Jr., a 10.60. It's a heartbreaker for Ryan Ledre, 004 red. Rob Monroe Jr. moving on into the next round here in Bubba Speed Shop Pro. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Super Pro to the lanes, please? Super Pro to the lanes. Rick McKinney in the Tower Lane in the 96 Camaro going against John Van Daven in the 68 Pontiac Firebird. John Van Daven moving on, a 008 reaction time for John. Next up, it's Craig Johnson, Tower Lane, in his 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass going against Steve Baskerville in his 2016 VW Golf. Craig dialed in at 11.64. Steve, 11.85. They're making a drag race of it, folks. Double breakout, but Craig Johnson breaking out less. 11.62 versus the 11.77. It's Frenchie. Frenchie from Nanaimo in the 88 Pontiac, part of Blackbird Racing, going against Daryl Tippy from Surrey in the 1962 Chevy 2. Daryl dialed in at a 10.64. Frenchie, a 12:32. Frenchie moving on, 12.36 on the 12.32 dial versus the 10.68 on the 10.64 for Daryl. Next up in Bubba Speed Shop Pro, it's John Tabak from Maple Ridge in the 1989 Chevy S10, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems, going against Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge, part of Stone Cold Racing, sponsored by Willowbrook Motors. Chris dialed in at a 10 even, John at 10.37. Chris Stone moving on to the next round, 10.03 on his 10 even dial. John breaking out. Attention in the pits, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. And Hot Rod, you are on standby, please. Super Pro to the lanes and Hot Rod on standby. Wow, it's been pretty exciting, I must say, so far. Bracket racing here in the ET Summit Series. It was a great time at the Race of Champions. Just like to give a shout out to our winners of the Race of Champions. We look forward to running the King of the Track at some point next season. But congratulations to Chris Stone, Kevin McNichol, Nick Douglas, Craig Johnson, Dallas Nassy, Colton Morin, and Alex Green for being the 2023 Race of Champion winners. Moving into Sportsman. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman is Eric Hansen in the 1968 Dodge Dart, dialed in at a 12.56. Eric moving on into that next round. Sylvia Hoogston's Tower Lane, 1966 Ford Mustang. Is dialed in at a 12.67, going against Kevin McCulkey from Maple Ridge, 1983 Cutlass called Old School. Sylvia breaking out. Kevin moving on to the next round, 11.90 on his 11.85. Graham McNeil in the Tower Lane 2014 Ford Mustang going against Grant Gordon in the 69 Dodge, sponsored by 4Cycle Customs. Grant dialed in at a 12.09 and Graham a 13.60. Big old red gremlin for Graham McNeil. And Grant Gordon moving on into the next round. Brendan Pispasek in the 90 Ford, part of Motoring Canada with Thomas, dialed in at a 11.90, going against Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington. That 69 Mach 1 Mustang called the Hustler. Sean Langley moving on into the next round. 11.96. Roland Lowen in the 1955 Meteor dialed in at a 12.83. Going against Ryan Ledre in the 71 Chevelle, sponsored by Muffler Tech Automotive. Roland Lowen in the Meteor moving into the next round. All right, that looks like that wraps up this round of Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Pretty exciting. The next round, we'll see some great racing action. I'm surprised how close it actually is, especially a little earlier. I mean, wins by 10,000ths. So it's definitely very intense here in the last points race of the year. No one is messing around. Everybody looking to get those points here and to see who the big points champions will be by the end of today. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you have lost a hubcap and a trailer hitch from a Dodge Ram, it even looks like, we have it up here in the tower. Now, how does that work? Well, we have a collection up here, so if you are missing a Dodge Ram hubcap and trailer hitch, here it is up here, second floor to the tower. Come on and get it. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Hot Rod to the lanes, please? Hot Rod to the lanes. It's one thing I don't get at my street legals are ladders. And these are very cool. It shows us we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, folks. We're getting down right to it. It's not going to be too long before we find out who our points champions will be. Can't wait. Another reminder, be sure you come to the banquet in January so we can celebrate the points champions together. It's a really great time. The banquet for Mission Raceway. I went last year. I hope to see you there again this year. Come have a great time, dress up, and meet everybody, because I'd sure love to meet all of you. So hope to see you at the banquet in January to help celebrate our racing family. Moving into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro next. Here is Scott Robinson, the 1994 Beretta, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and Postma Farms. He's got a bye run into the next round. This is the quarterfinal rounds for Super Pro, Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Whoa, getting a little fishtail there as he was heading down the track. 910. And Scott moving into the next round. Next up, the Titanium Auto Group 55 Chevy driven by Derek Shirk. It's called Ugly Betty. He's going against Jay Severson. He is from Mission in the Dodge truck. Jay dialed in at a 780 and Derek a 768. Big tire spin for Derek Shirk as he took off is Jay Severson going on into the next round, a 788 on his 780 dial. Jan Christensen currently singing #1 in points in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. Jan in the dragster dialed in at a 793, going against Brian Ritchie in the 68 Chevelle, sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines, where he is the owner. Both these cars dialed in at 793. Brian Ritchie normally in the door slammer class, but here he is today in Rad Torque Systems Super Pro quarterfinal elimination action here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for hot rod to the lanes. Please, hot rod to the lanes. Motorcycle, you are on standby. So it was Jan Christensen moving on into the next round, and now we've got Craig Johnson, Tower Lane, going against Steve McKenzie. Steve dialed in at an 880, Craig an 1162. So Steve will have to be very patient as he watches Craig head down the track. Craig sponsored by Johnson Custom Exhaust. Craig Johnson moving on into the next round, 1167 on his 1162 dial. Next up, we've got Brad Vinge from Langley in the Tower Lane, 1968 Chevy Camaro. Brad sponsored by B&C Racing, dialed in at a 1012. It's going against Justin Bond from Mission, dialed in at a 706. The BC Custom Car Association Vice President and the Pro Mod Phenomenon representing Mission Raceway in the big times. So, Brad Vinge, Tower Lane, Justin Bond, Lordco Lane. Big head start for Brad Vinge. Justin Bond moving on into the next round, a 708 on his 706 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles to the lanes. And can we get all juniors to the lanes, please? All the juniors that are still currently racing, can you make your way to the lanes, please? So that wraps up the Rad Torque System Super Pro elimination round number 2. Be doing our second round of eliminations for hot rod and motorcycle. Then we'll be moving into round 3 of eliminations. Some of these will be finals for the juniors. Just taking a quick look-see at the track. Big shout out to everybody watching on the live stream. How are you doing, everybody? We hope to see you down here, hopefully, for our West Coast Outlaw, the big old race this coming weekend, folks. You don't want to miss that one. That's a huge race. The Outlaw 275s, the Real Street, Limited Street, all of those radial tire action coming up next weekend as well as the Door Slammers and the Pro Mods. So huge race coming up next weekend. You won't want to miss that. As well, of course, as a celebration of life for Ron and Gladys Farmer on October the 1st at 2 o'clock. We hope to see you there. Barry Patterson from Mission in the Tower Lane, dialed in at a 980, going against Rob Monroe Sr. in the 31 Ford Model A, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, B&N Hot Rods, Gibson Racing Transmission, and Horizon Paint and Auto Body. Rob dialed in at an 891, Barry a 980. It looks like the track lights are on, flashing red, just waiting for our track officials to get off the track, making sure everything is A-OK down there. Looks like we have the big A-OK to proceed from our track officials. So Barry Patterson in the 65 Coronet going against Rob Monroe Sr. in the 31 Ford. Big old Redsville for Barry Patterson. Rob Monroe Sr. moving on, an 894 on his 891 dial. Next up, Mr. Jim Benke in the 1967 Plymouth Cuda, dialed in at a 1004. Going against Larry Rodenizer in the 1946 Ford called Old Yeller. Larry dialed in at a 940, Jim a 1004. Big eyes to the sky for Jim Benke, and a big old fat red light for Larry Rodenizer. That's unfortunate. Jim Benke moving on into the next round despite the breakout. Next up, it's Bill Halicki, Tower Side in the 65 Ranchero, sponsored by Ron's Engine Machine Shop. It's going against Matt Warner in the 1966 Ford, sponsored by Linden Service Center. Matt dialed in at a 1040, Bill a 1090. It's Mr. No Wheelie Bar, Matt Warner versus Bill Halicki. Matt Warner moving on. Let's see, double breakout, 007 breakout, which is less for Matt Warner. Moving on, Mr. No Wheelie Bars. By run for Sean Langley in the 1969 Mach 1 Mustang. Sean from Linden, Washington, and the car's called the Hustler. 2023 Pacific Raceway Sportsman Champ. And the car raced here from 1969 to 1974. Jerry Brabender from Cloverdale, 1962 Chevy 2. It's going against Rob Monroe in the 1969 Acadian, sponsored by SD Performance, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and Horizon Auto Body and Paint. Jerry Brabender moving on into that next round. Rob Monroe with the red. Wayne Douglas from Linwood, Washington, 1968 dart, sponsored by SBB Racing, which he is the owner of SBB Garage, dialed in at a 10.59. It's going against Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack. That 1964 Ford, it's Falcon Fast. This is Old Car Center Hot Rod, round 2 of eliminations. Dustin Hunter making it to the next round, a 9.14 and his 9.13 dial-in. So that wraps up the Old Car Center Hot Rod. Moving in now to Mountain View Harley-Davidson motorcycle class. Tom Turand in the Tower Lane on the Kraken. He's from Maple Ridge, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports. Tom is dialed in at an 8.42. And Al Omond in the 07 Kawasaki, sponsored by Thrifty's Machine Shop, dialed in at a 9.12. Tom Turand moving on, 8.47 on his 8.42 versus Al's 9.22 on his 9.12. Wow, incredible racing action here today. The final points race of the season. Looking forward to finding out who the points champions are at the end of today. And boy, oh boy, we are getting down to it, folks. And just a friendly reminder, Craig Johnson, we have your Race of Champion trophy up here in the tower, so be sure to grab that before you head out a little later. Craig Johnson, Race of Champion winner in the pro class. Okay, so Wild Bill from DeRoche just breaking the beam and heading back out as he had a bye run going through to the next round. So looks like we're heading into Junior Street. I'm going to hand you over to Mr. Jerry Lucky.
I'll be a little cautious on the mister. Not sure that that's warranted.
Well, I want to go down there and jump up and down and cheer the juniors.
Well, you do that. I think that that's a perfect plan. Get down there and start doing some cheerleading. There's a lot of tension. I think in the Moore and Motorsports family, there's a lot of tension right now. I don't even see Colton. There's a lot on the line as we get set to go junior street racing here for Peden Industries Junior Street. And it is a final round. Taryn Monroe and Dallas Nassy. Heads up race, 11:49 is the dial. So Taryn, the 2022 class champion, and Dallas Nassy in that 2000 Honda that he calls the Slug. It's going to be heads up to the 8th with a red light for Dallas. Taryn picks up the win, and she is your winner in Junior Street. Here today, race 13. She runs an 11:46 at 61 miles an hour. So congratulations to Taryn Monroe and that whole family. Hey, attention in the pits, pro bracket. We need you to the staging lanes. I was outside for a while, and it is looking cool, and we will probably have some weather a little bit later on, so we would always ask for your cooperation to head to the staging lanes ASAP when you're called. So we're calling pro to the lanes. So Junior Street is done, and congratulations going to Taryn. And we move into Thunder. Semifinal round action. Jack Green and Hunter Gallant. So over here, tower side, Jack dialed in at 13.90. Hunter Gallant, 9 flat. So big handicap start going to Jack Green. You know, and as we get closer, now we're down to the semifinals, there's a whole lot more tension on the start line. A whole lot more thinking that I need to take advantage of the tree. I need to make sure that I cut a good light. Good light is 000. Let's see how we do here. Jack Green, 1390. Hunter Gallant, 9 flat. So you'll see the green dragster leave first. Here comes the tree. Hunter waiting. And Hunter Gallant now heading off down track to see who gets to the 8th mile stripe first, and it's going to be Jack Green. 1397. Jack Green going into the final round. Now, who will it be against? So next up then, we determine who Jack Green is going to be racing. Will it be Isabella Marshall or will it be Adeline Duda? Which one is going to make it to the stripe and then face Jack Green in the final. Will it be Isabella or Adeline? Adeline's got the handicap start here. 1264 is the dial for the Gallant Family Racing Dragster over on the spectator side. Here on the tower side, Isabella dialed in at 890. So Adeline is off, and here comes Isabella in hot pursuit. Pretty much even on reaction time at the stripe. It is Adeline Duda. Picks up the win, goes 1266, 49 miles per hour. So Jack Green going to be facing Adeline Duda in the final in Junior Thunder. And here we go with the final in Junior Lightning. Peden Industries Junior Lightning. If McKenna Thompson, over here tower side, wins this round, Colton is your champion in Junior Lightning. If Nick Bond wins, that trophy goes to Nick Bond. So there's a lot resting on this race as both racers get into the pre-stage position. Nick Bond being ever so careful. Now they both have to pre-stage. They're done. Go into the stage beams, another 7 inches. McKenna's in. Nick is in. Here comes the tree. Red light start for McKenna Thompson. Win light comes on for Nick Bond, and Nick Bond is your Junior Lightning champion for 2023. So congratulations to Nick and Justin and April, that whole family, for all the hard work that they put into getting him into the winner's circle and your Junior Lightning champion for 2023. Congratulations, guys. So hard-fought victories for all of the junior teams, the families involved in getting their respective drivers into the final rounds. It is a family program that really does turn out to be a farm team for future NHRA racers. I was up on the 3rd floor of the tower. When you take a look at the champions over the years, there's a lot of them that got their start in junior drag racing. And that's the way we like it. So congratulations, Nick Bond, as we get set for Pro Bracket. Hey, attention in the pits, Pro Bracket, you should be in the lanes, and we're going to call Sportsman as well. Pro Bracket, you should be in the lanes. Sportsman, we're calling you now as well. So we now move into Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket quarterfinals. Seven cars left in competition. We start with Craig Johnson. I take that back. We start with Chris Stone and Frenchie in the Pontiac. So here comes Chris Stone in the Dart and manages to get around Pontiac Firebird, and so he runs a 10-10 on a 10:02 dial. So Chris Stone advancing into the semifinals now as Craig Johnson comes up against Sean Langley. Johnson running the 84 Oldsmobile Cutlass here, sponsored by Johnson's Custom Exhaust. 1169 is the dial. In the other lane, 1187. So pretty much a heads-up race here with these two competitors. Sean from Linden, Washington in the Mach 1 calls it the Hustler. Boy, almost identical reaction times as well on the start line. Hey, attention in the pit, Super Pro. We need Super Pro to the lanes. Hot Rod, you're on standby. Super Pro to the lanes. So the wind light comes on for Craig Johnson there, 1190 or 1169. 111 miles an hour. 1190 was the time for Sean Langley. Craig Johnson gets the win, though, advancing into the semifinal as Rob Monroe Jr. and Dustin Brewington roll up next. Rob Monroe in the Acadian. Camaro is Dustin Brewington, and it is a win for the Camaro. Dustin Brewington picks up a win going 10:25, 129 miles an hour to go into semifinals. And that brings up a bye run for John Van Deven. So John Van Deven takes the Pontiac Firebird into semifinal round action, goes 10:34 at 132 miles an hour. So we roll into Sportsman now. Vancouver Car Wrap Sportsman. Kick things off with a bye run for Kevin McCauley. So on the bye run, he pushes the tree. Goes 12 flat. 12 flat at 113 miles an hour. You cannot red light against yourself. Here comes Grant Gordon and Roland Lowen. Roland from Aldergrove and Grant from Surrey. And the wind light comes on for Grant Gordon. Out of Surrey, runs 12:14, 111 miles an hour. So Grant Gordon taking the Dodge Dart. Another round. As Sean Langley and Eric Hansen do their burnouts in the water box. Get set for their run against each other. So Eric Hansen now rolls into the stage beams alongside Sean Langley out of Linden. Mach 1 getting the round win as Hansen goes red on the start line. So the wind light comes on for Sean, goes 1182 at 113 miles an hour, and so Sean Langley moving on into the next round as we get into motorcycle here. So competition single for final round action in motorcycle. Wow, wheels up pretty high on that one, Tom. Calm down. Justin Bond, we need you to the lanes, please. Justin Bond, we need you to the lanes. So congratulations to Tom Turan for picking up the trophy here today in motorcycle. Hey, attention in the pits. Hot Rod. We need Hot Rod. To the lanes, please. Hot Rod. We need you to the lanes. right, we'll move into Rad Torque Systems Super Pro. And in the water box, Scott Robinson and Jan Christensen. So Jan Christensen in the dragster, starting to make just about as much headway in the dragster, the long skinny car, as he has in his Chevy Nova El Gringo. 94 Beretta of Scott Robinson over in the other lane. Well, that's it's going to be a lot closer handicap than you might think. Scott Robinson's Beretta is a very fast car, so in this particular case, Jan Christensen in the dragster is actually getting the handicap start. He's dialed in at 793. Scott Robinson in the Beretta, 772. So Jan Christensen gets a couple of tenths on the tree as a handicap start. Let's see how that works out at the top end, the quarter mile. So it's all clean and green off the start line, and they motor down to the top end at the stripe. Wow, Scott Robinson manages to get around Jan Christensen, 770 on a 772 dial. So Scott Robinson picking up that win, margin of victory, 18 ten-thousandths of a second. As we get set now for Justin Bond and Jay Sievertson. So Jay Sievertson over here tower side in the pickup, dialed in at 780, gets the handicap over the dragster of Justin Bond, 706. And Jay goes red. So Justin Bond picks up the win to advance into the semifinals. Goes 718, 154 miles an hour. And so Justin Bond going into semifinals, and Craig Johnson gets the bye run here. 3 cars going into the semifinals. Hey, attention in the pits. Pro bracket. Pro bracket. We need you in the lanes, please. Pro bracket. Bring them up to the lanes for your next round. So Craig Johnson, bye run here in Super Pro. So we roll into the junior program again, Peden Industries. And this is the final round then in Junior Thunder. That's going to be Jack Green and Adeline Duda. So Jack over here Tower Side, $13.95. Adeline picked up her license earlier this weekend. And so coming into the event, brand new, in a car that was run by Hunter Gallant. Hunter's in a brand new car. This one picked up for Adeline, and she's dialed in at 1265. So the handicap start going to Jack Green over here, Tower Side. So Jack's got the handicap start here, $13.95 against the $12.65 for Adeline. It's pretty much heads up on the reaction time. There's not much of a difference between the two of them. It's all about who gets to the finish line without breaking out, and it's going to be Jack Green. He goes 14.05 at 44 miles an hour to pick up the win. And so congratulations to the Green family, the Green Brothers Racing, for all of the effort they put into getting Jack into the winner's circle here in Junior Thunder. Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. And we move into the Old Car Center Hot Rod category now, as Rob Monroe Sr. and Sean Langley get set for their quarterfinal round action here as they determine who heads into the semis. Rob Monroe Sr.'s driving that 31 Ford Model A, White Knuckle Racing, they call their team. And Sean Langley, out of Linden, Washington, champion at Pacific Raceway 2023. A car that raced here back in 69 all the way through 74. Some serious backfiring on the part of Rob Monroe Sr., but it is not going to be a problem as Sean Langley went red. 892 for Rob Monroe Sr., 148 miles an hour, and he is going into the semis. It's Jerry Brabander and Dustin Hunter are the next pair. Falcon Fast and your reunion champion. Jerry had that car down in Bakersfield for the 2022 California Hot Rod Reunion and came home with a trophy. Let's see how he does here with a 1052 dial-in against a 914 for that Falcon. Ford versus Chevy. Here comes Dustin. So Jerry's way out there. Dustin's catching him and able to get around him. Goes 918 on a 914 dial. So 135 miles an hour, good for Dustin Hunter to advance into the next round. And that brings up Jim Benke and Matt Warner. Boy, you want to talk about two cars that are going to launch with the wheels up in the air? These would be the two that you'd want to look at. Rad Torque sponsored and Titanium Auto Group sponsorship on the side of Jim Benke. Linden Service Center. Wow. That's looking good. Nice to see some cameras out on that one. And it's a red light start for Jim Benke, so Matt Warner will have a chance to do that wheel stand one more time as he goes into the semifinals, running a 1048 at 112 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits. Can we get pro and sportsman to the lanes, please? Pro and sportsman to the lanes, please. This is your call. Bring them up. Doug McNeil doing the burnout. DeRoche's home for Doug, riding on Peter Gersh's motorcycle here this weekend. Not able to hold it on the start line, rolls through, gonna reset and see if we can get a full run in here. So go through the gears and runs a 964, 126 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, sportsman. We need you in the lanes, please. Sportsman, we have called you to the lanes. If you're not there, you're square. Hey, attention in the pits, sportsmen. We're making another call, and Super Pro. We're going to call Super Pro to the lanes. We are trying to rush the program along. Yes, that is correct. So, sportsmen, we need you back in the lanes as we go into Bubba's Speed Shop Pro Bracket. And we start with John Vandeven and Dustin Brewington. Red light start for Dustin Brewington. At 99 Camaro out of Kennewick, spinning the tires and going red. So John Vandeven takes the Murphy's Law Firebird. One more round. Had a reaction time of 002 on the Christmas tree. And that's one that you want to keep track of. The other half of the semifinal then, Craig Johnson and Chris Stone here. And dial-in will be in favor of Craig Johnson. 1162 it says on the reader board, as opposed to Chris Stone's 1001. So Dodge Dart up against Olds Cutlass. Oldsmobile Cut Loose. Well, pretty much identical reaction times between these two racers, so it'll be decided 1,320 feet in favor of Chris Stone, who runs 10:03 on a 10:01, 124 miles an hour. Craig Johnson running too quick to stay out in front and ran under by 67 ten-thousandths of a second. So Chris Stone going into the final, 10:03 at 124 miles an hour. Hey, attention in the pits, Super Pro. We're calling you once again Super Pro. We need you to the lanes. And Hot Rod. Hot Rod, we need you to bring them up too. Please head to the staging lanes ASAP. Super Pro and Hot Rod. So it turns out this is a final in the sportsman category, and it will be Kevin McCauley here, the old school Cutlass, up against Grant Gordon. Was originally going to be a semifinal, but one competitor broke, and the other one was on a bye. Grant Gordon was on a bye, and so we just move them right along, and it becomes the final, as it would be. Red light start for Grant Gordon. Those 200s red. So Grant Gordon out of competition. Your champion here today in sportsman is Kevin McCauley. Maple Ridge runner picking up all of the beans for the sportsman category here in the final race of the season. So congratulations to Kevin McCauley and everybody who helped him get into the final and take home the trophy. So once again, we have called Super Pro and we have called Hot Rod to staging lanes, please. Hey, attention in the pits, specifically Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson, we need you to the staging lanes, please. This is your personal invitation to the staging lanes. Scott Robinson. Good job, Jack. Jack Green getting pictures taken in the winner's circle. Hooray! Good job. And that check is not going to go into the automatic deposit machine. You're going to have to get a smaller one.
Congratulations to all of our junior racers. You guys are awesome. We have the best junior racers ever and the best junior parents in the whole wide world.
Hey, attention in the pits. Pro finalists, we need you back to the lanes, please. Pro finalists, back to the lanes. All right, here we go. Matt Warner. Rob Monroe Sr. This is our semifinal in the hot rod category, Old Car Center hot rod category. Rob Monroe Sr. driving that steel-bodied 31 Ford Model A. Small block Chevy, big blower on top. Sponsored by B&N Hot Rods, Gibson Racing, Transmission, and Horizon Paint and Body. In the other lane, the mile-high wheel-standing Matt Warner from Sumas, Washington. Linden Service Center sponsorship, set to go. Suspension getting a workout on Matt Warner's car, as it does every single run, and he picks up a win into the final against Dustin Hunter, who has a bye run here. 10:42 for Matt Warner, 10:42 at 123 miles an hour. So Matt Warner going to face off with Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack in the final of Hot Rod. So Dustin Hunter getting the bye run into the final here. Stage is up. And charges down the quarter mile. Goes 9:12 on a 9:14 dial, but of course on a bye run, he can do that. So we go into Super Pro here, and Craig Johnson and Scott Robinson, the first half of this semifinal. Craig Johnson, 11:57 dial in, 7:69 for Scott Robinson. So Craig Johnson going to be way out in front here. And here comes Scott Robinson now. Charging after that, Bulls Cutlass. Cutlass gets the win. Craig Johnson picks up the win, goes 11:59 at 112 miles an hour to advance into the final, and he is going to face Justin Bond for the final round in Super Pro. So Justin Bond got 7:06 on the scoreboard. A target to shoot for as he takes that dragster. Man, that dragster has been down the track more than any other car here, if you consider all the burnouts that he did. Reaction time was great. 0:07 with a 9. So great reaction time on a by run. Goes 7:12 at 161 miles an hour. On a 7:06 dial. So Justin Bond going into the final against Craig Johnson in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro category. Final round action then here at the 13th Summit ET race, the final ET race of the 2023 season. Final round in Bubba's Speed Shop Pro bracket. Chris Stone and John Vandeven. So Chris Stone dialed in at 10:01. He's always in the low 10-0s. And John Vandeven, 10:12, gets the handicap and goes red. So Chris Stone picks up the win. Chris Stone is your pro bracket champion here today. Goes 997 at 132 miles per hour. So congratulations, Chris Stone and all the crew. You're the crew. So congratulations to Stone Cold Racing picking up the Pro Bracket Championship here today at the 13th Summit ET Race of 2023. Hey, attention in the pits, Hot Rod and Super Pro. We need finalists in Hot Rod and Super Pro to close out the day. We need you in the staging lanes ASAP. Hot Rod and Super Pro finalists. So it looks like we are down to our two finals, and that means that I see the Hot Rod finalists in the staging lanes, and we are just waiting for the other Super Pro finalist, and that would be Justin Bond. All right, here we go. Final round in the Old Car Center Hot Rod category. And that is going to be Matt Warner and Dustin Hunter. Now, one of these things is not like the other. And what I mean by that is one is going to lift the front end and the other is not. So Matt Warner is going to be the one with the wheels high up in the air. He's dialed in at 1040 out of Sumas, Washington. They're staged. Here we go. Matt leaves first. Red light start for Dustin Hunter, and Matt Warner picks up the win on a red light. He goes 10-9-0 on the brakes, knowing that he just won the Old Car Center Hot Rod category here at the 13th points race of 2023. So congratulations to Matt Warner and that team from Sumas, Washington, and congratulations as they get their picture taken in the Mission Raceway winner's circle. 10-9-0 at 95 miles per hour. So your winner in Hot Rod is Matt Warner. One final round left, and we are just waiting for Justin Bond, and he is in the staging lanes right now. So they're all getting suited up, and so our final coming up here for this Summit ET race. So here we go, final in the Summit ET Racing Series, and it is in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro category. And it is gonna be Justin Bond in the dragster over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, dialed in at 706, and it's gonna be Craig Johnson. Now you're saying Justin Bond? What do you mean? That same Justin Bond? Absolutely. The Pro Mod racer on the NHRA series, that is the same Justin Bond. He's here in his Super Pro dragster. Dialed in at 706, Craig Johnson from Langley in the Olds Cutlass, 1158. Craig Johnson rolls in. Justin Bond does as well. Tree comes down for Craig. And Craig So we're getting in a last pass for licensing here for Doug McNeil. So under full power all the way down the quarter mile, 973 at 138 miles an hour. So it would seem that that is the end of our race day, and we managed to get it in before the weather got to us. So congratulations to all the race teams for their hard work in getting this race in the books. And a big thank you to all of the Mission Raceway staff for their efforts. We had a lot of issues with the start line, and everybody worked really hard to make sure that we got that start line in condition to race on. So all of that was good stuff. So anyway, we want to thank everybody. We got one more race that will be taking place next weekend, and so the West Coast Shootout. With make sure that you're watching the Facebook pages and everything for any updates that need to take place for other classes that will be running. Those will all be posted on the Facebook pages. So keep an eye out for that. So if you're driving home, make sure that you drive carefully, drive safely. I always say that because I'm on the road too, and I want to be safe when I get home, all right? And make sure that you have next weekend in your books, and we'll see you down the road.
Yeah, we hope to see you next weekend for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, as well as the final Friday Night Street Legals on October the 6th. So congratulations to everybody, and we will see you next weekend.
Hey, by the way, we did not mention, but if you have not yet taken your picture down by the winner's circle, they're doing that right now, but make sure that you do that before you leave. And Shelby is taking down the trophies to the winner's circle, so all of that gear will be there for you to pick up at that place, the winner's circle. You know where that is.